All right, everybody. Yeah, a little bit late. Good morning, though, everybody. Welcome to the pre-market show, the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, July the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Shaw, in our YouTube room. So we're good to go, both rooms. I got to take a look at Netflix, guys. Netflix, of course, had earnings after hours, and I don't know if you were watching the reaction. The first reaction. This is post market right there. That red. So it went down, then it went way up, and then it went way down, and then now it's down. So that is Netflix. And now I'm going to go to that site. I don't have to rely on anybody now to tell me what the ETF is for Netflix. Give me a moment. So we've got NFLU. That's a 2-time up. And also, and I don't think there's a short version. I think they look like they're both bulls. Okay. All right. So those are a couple of ETFs. Yeah, I assumed you would have been watching, William, because I was actually watching Netflix too, and I was watching the reaction to the release. And yeah, big move up. Well, first it was a little move down, big move up, and then the big move down. Thank you, Pepe. This is a warrant. Oh, I know why this is happening. Just give me a moment. Yesterday, I added in the relative volume filter, and of course, that's preventing any. So my races won't start. Now they'll start. So this is a warrant, PSNY. This is Polestar. Let's see what the stock looks like, PSNY. Nothing. So the warrant, for some reason, is. I think this is the warrant anyway. Now, Regenerex. I remember when this was one of the more. Is this no? This is Yeah, this is Regenerex, isn't it? This used to be such a high flying stock. They're doing a financing right at $9, so it's right at the financing price. Oh, thank you, Obi. So NFLS is the short version for Netflix. Let me see the prices of these things and what. See what sort of volume there is. NFLU. I wonder if that's the little bit of volume. 211,000 shares. Oh, that is Regeneron. That's REGN. Yeah, I didn't think. I thought. Yeah, that's more like it because Regeneron. So not the same, obviously. Oh, S dot, you're still doing your thing. Last week's high, $63. So it's up 56% now. Actually, news. There is some news about this one. The Sadot Group to acquire Trade IQ predictive intelligence software layer from Lydial for $6 million. So they had some news. And the market's getting hit hard this morning so far. Look at the SPY down 7.8 points. Take a look at the sectors, some of the major sectors, and see what's happening with them. As to be expected, XLE would be the top sector. Okay, it's a positive. It's actually positive. And what's the worst one? How about silver? SMH. Actually, silver. Well, silver is down, but the semis again. The semis. It's either feast or famine for the semis. Right now, it's still a famine. SMH and XLK tech semis in the tech sector. Look at that. The only one that's up in the in XLK is Apple, and it's up 0.1%. Everything else is down. And let's see what the worst one is. CDNS down 6.9%. Western Digital down 4.8%, etc. Take a look at healthcare. WST is up the most. Wow. Is this an earnings play? ISRG is just ISRG is just getting hammered down here, guys. 9.3% down. It's a big float too. 351 million in the float. That's a big move. Down 9% with that sort of a float. So I'm going to look to see. Okay, I'm going to look and see if there is one. There should be one. I would think there'd be one for a company ETF or ISRG. Two-time long, ISUL, okay? ISUL is a two-time long. Let's take a look at that. And yeah, I mean, the volume is not huge yet, but I'm sure it'll pick up. And there are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. So this is the company ETF. It's a two-time for ISRG that's just getting hammered down on earnings. Retail, Walmart's up. What's down? Amazon. Not. I'm looking for some catastrophic moves down. I don't see any. Not in the retail sector. Not yet. So that gives us something to maybe concentrate on, guys. The ISUL, okay? As well as, of course, the NFLU. NFLU. Let's see if it's shortable too. Yeah, a lot of shares available. So if I wanted to, I think this is the biggest one for Netflix. Ahmad, well, it depends what you need help on, but fire away. Good morning. Well, that's on your end, okay? I can't help you there. Interactive Brokers ringing on your end. I mean, that's not trade. It's not really trade ideas related. I mean, I have Interactive Brokers for 11 years now, so I do know it very well. But when you say ringing, I don't know what you mean by ringing. Did you put a price alert sometime? Or I don't know if you're using their price alerts. I don't, but it's hard for me to know why it would be ringing. Is it a constant ring? Is it okay? You did set an alert, so you got to find it somewhere. I don't know. I've never used the alerting within I know. I mean, all I know is available. So you have to somehow find a way to close it. I can't offer support on. I can't show you my Interactive Brokers. I can't show you my Interactive Brokers, obviously. So I don't know where it would be. I've never used the alarms in IB, so I cannot tell you where it would be. Maybe go to maybe use a chat GPT of some sort and ask the question. My Interactive Brokers is ringing. I might have an alarm somewhere. How can I disable it? Just do something like that. Both of the VEEE not dead. VEEE right now is hanging right at the 200-day moving average, right on it. So I'm going to do something a little bit different today, guys. I'm going to keep these two windows up and running, but I'm going to be sorting on different. I'm going to be sorting on the change in 5 minutes. A convert, Shaw. It is amazing, isn't it? Shaw in our YouTube room saying he now uses Gemini for all the computer problems. And then the next sentence, and it's amazing. Yeah, so I'm going to be displaying this change in 5 minutes, either up or down, or for the stocks that are up and for the stocks that are down. Just something a little bit different to look at. You guys, I saw we're talking about Ruby. What is Ruby doing right now? Our UBI. Still getting clobbered. Wild day yesterday, got up to 675, and now today, well, it closed at 340, 349. Yeah, well, will this turn into my favorite day? A big gap down to start, and then maybe a recovery of some sort. I really don't care about these anymore in the pre-market. I mean, there's so many of them. We look at them, and they do their big pop, and then they drop and get below the VWAP and then sort of stay there almost for the rest of the day. Not all of them, of course. So the trick is, of course, to maybe try to find the one that isn't going to do that. But there's the ISUL, actually. There is the ISUL. That is the ETF or ISRG. An ISRG. Remember, this has ISRG, the stock has over 300 million in the float. I think it was about 350 million in the float. So it is down almost 10%, which is and on earnings. So that's a massive move for that float. Hmm. Yeah, the problem is some of these ones though that pop, they don't they well at any rate with Interactive Broker. Let me just see a couple of these. Like PMAX doesn't have shorts available. These low floaters, BIYA. I'm just looking at some of these. Yeah, just no shorts available at Interactive Brokers for some of these. This LND though, at least it's holding. It's over the VWAP. Um, huh. An Aecon-led consortium has landed an $850 million Canadian contract for work on the largest and oldest wastewater treatment facility in Winnipeg. And that is affecting SLND. That's a U.S. company. Aecon is a Canadian company, but I'm trying to think of. They must have a tie-in, or they must be doing some of the work. The consortium, which includes the Canadian arm of SLND. Okay, so that's the reason. Definitely, William. You know what time is it now? 9:25. I mean, if I were on the East Coast and I really wanted to, I mean, you're right. We see so many of these crazy little ones. They pop up and then they just drop. Okay, not all of them, but pop up and then they drop. So if I were really wanting to do something like that, I'd have to get Centerpoint. If well, I don't even know if I get that in Canada, but some broker. I don't even. Yeah, I don't know if Centerpoint's available in Canada, but or Trade Zero, or I don't think Trade Zero is. And then I would just do that, and then and that's all I do, and I'd be done. I'd be done by 9:30. And Trade ID is excellent for that because you're going to see the big pop, and then you just do it. You just take the short. Have a stop, of course. Take the short because most of these things do exactly this. All right, guys, 9:26. So about 4 minutes to the 9:30 open. Interesting day to say the least. If this continues down, or are we going to get like a mild bounce? Really interested in following this one all day long. This ISUL, which is the two-time long for ISRG, and but it is shortable, so I don't need the short version of it, the short ETF for it. It is shortable, so at Interactive Brokers, about 50,000 shares. So I'm definitely interested in following this one all day long, ISUL. Well, I can see that SpaceX, SPCX, has settled comfortably now underneath that 135. I mean, it's putting in a little bit of a pop up to 127, but it got down to 125 this morning. Yeah, and there's Netflix. Okay, so there's the long. Again, there's the long, but I can short it at this NFLU. I know Well, we said NFLS is the one-time short. Ooh, maybe I typed that in wrong. NFXS. Jeez. NFXS. So you could buy this. No volume though. Well, if you're talking about making a change in a channel, okay, I have to do this quickly. 9:29. Let's have a great end of this trading week, everybody. But just very quickly, Ahmed, if you're talking about going to the channel bar, making a change here, okay, if you leave that channel and you come back, the change is not going to be remembered. Okay. And because these channels are for everybody. So the fact you might want to make a change to something in the channel. Now, if you say you've saved it, you may not have saved it correctly. That's all I can think of. But I'll have to look at that later. Okay. But if you make a change in the channel and then you leave the channel and come back, that change is not saved. Okay, I am going to do something a little bit different. Okay, today I'm going to do different sorting in these two windows. Okay, and these are changed in 5 minutes. Okay, give me a moment. Just have one adjustment to make. All right, guys. So the STAK is on the move here. I mean, it's down for the day, but it's trying to come back a bit. STAK early though, very early. This is probably an ETF of some sort, maybe. No, it is not an ETF. I thought it was an ETF. QMLS. Ah, okay. I have to make one giant change here. For both of them. All right. So that's the RGNX. These are the change in 5 minutes. Wow. I guess I should have just shorted ISRX right from the beginning. Look at that, 14 down to 13 here. Ah, William. I think if you're in that, if you took the long in Netflix, NFLU, I'm just looking at NFLU. That's a big bounce. I mean, that's a big move. 1337 to 13 up to 14. So I don't know if you took it. Good. This is another way to play it, of course, NFLU. Well, yeah, SpaceX, SPCX, it popped up to 128 and then right back down to 125 now. I had that one thumbnailed, so that's why I can see it all the time. Well, it's all timing though. I may take a look at I just cannot do it like you in the first minute. I mean, I can, I won't, but it is over the VWAP now. All right. Well, William, okay. I'm almost I want to get in around 1410 on this one. If that bid ask gets up talking about this NFLU, I want to see if I'm glad I'm glad I held off. I was going to take it if that bid got to 1410, I was going to take it. So I will now put a price alert right at 1410. Okay, and see if it gets back up to that level again. Even the look at the ISR, well, ISUL, that's the 2-time for ISRG. It went down to 13 and it's back up to 1340. They're all early. That's why I don't like trading in the first 15, but yeah, SPY, yeah, I mean the SPY is not looking good. Well, TRUG, TRUG is on the move here, guys. TRUG is on the move. Again, I'm doing this a little bit different. In behind us is still, which would have been an interesting one to look at today. I might shrink it down or something so it's not dominating so much. The reason being is with the market down so much, to find large cap stocks that are actually up, JLHL, again, these low float stocks don't really care about what's happening to the market. Okay, in general, I mean, if the market all of a sudden was down 2,000 points, the Dow, nothing is probably safe. But these low float stocks, because I'm looking at JLHL, they don't care what's happening in the market right now. But it is early. Wow, look at SpaceX now. Well, this trug, PRUG, I didn't take it. It's a little early for me. Don't like doing anything in the first 15, but this certainly is moving. I mean, this one is actually moving. It popped in the pre. At least the best I can say about it, it held the VWAP. It didn't go way below the VWAP in the pre-market. So yeah, True Golf Links, Chicagoland Regional Developer signs lease for Romeo Town Center. That's the news. Now, you guys are talking about Lucid. Yeah, continues its march back after a couple of days ago, 3 days ago, when the rumor, Chapter 11, or going private, the rumor. I mean, this is showing it's terrible. You can't trade this. So look at the spread, 1027, 1057. I mean, it is showing up on the trend reversal, my trend reversal scan, JLHL, but you cannot trade that. The spread is just awful. I mean, it might tighten, but then it might widen. So it might tighten, and rope you in, and then it expands again. All right, where could this one go on the weekly chart? So it got up to today. It got up to what, 183 on the weekly chart. There's a high right there, 182, a high right there, 190. So to me, it might really struggle if it gets back up to the high of the day, because you have some blockage, in my opinion, from there to probably 2. Okay, market's having a little bit of a rebound here, guys. I'm just looking at my SPY chart. Okay, a little bit of a rebound. Okay, 740 was the low. So a little bit of, is it short-lived? There's Weyerhaeuser, WY. Just looking at the different ways I can sort this to see if there's anything kind of interesting. Little change from the open. Yeah, I'm not sure this is going to be that beneficial. All right, guys. Well, NFLU. Let's see if it goes. Williams in the Netflix the stock. I'm going to go back to this, especially on a day like today, to try to find these larger cap stocks that are moving, counter to the market. Just waiting on this NFLU. I may take a. Yeah, took a loss on it, guys. The minute it got down to 13.99, was in at 14.10, and so I may look at it later, see if it, gets through that level again later on. So here's my level right there, about that 14.19 level. See if it gets through that again. Okay, here's a bit of a reversal play. This is a bank. It is actually an earnings play. It might, SFNC. Let's see if this goes positive. It's still down a little bit for the day. Let's see if it goes positive, though. So how about the ISUL now? Okay. I'm just looking at some of these gap down and goes and see if there's any continuation. I do have my gap scanner up also. Okay, my gap continuation or reversal scan. I do have that up. Just looking to see if there's anything interesting happening. WSE. There's a bit of a disconnect in the market, though, guys. I mean, the Qs are down, huge. SPY's down, but the Dow is down, but it's not down much. So there's a bit of a disconnect. It's not like the Dow is tanking. No, SDOT just got ugly. I mean, it's still up 41%, but not shortable for me. Well, this one actually showed up in the reversal scan. Too bad. BIYA down big yesterday, up today. Really moving, really moving. China stock. How's China doing? Oh, wow. I mean, it's up 52%. How's China doing in general? Okay, so the China stocks are not doing well, but that one is certainly doing very well. BIYA. You guys are talking about V. I don't see V anywhere. How about one more E? Wow. No kidding. No kidding. Good grief. Unbelievable. I mean, that 2 days ago it looked like it was all over. I mean, the day before it got up to $50, got closed down here around 25, 24. Oh, I know why I'm not seeing it here because my limit is $50, I believe. $50 max. I have to add. Okay. Just give me a moment, guys. Well, interesting. This ASTS is on the move. It's not SpaceX is still weak, but this ASTS is on the move. Well, you know what? If the SPY rallies, if the SPY does rally like it's trying to do right now, it's through the VWAP. I'm gonna take another look at that NFLU later on if it really does rally. And V, wow, okay, so it just got halted on the way down. No, it didn't. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Excuse me. It got. Yes, it did. I'm sorry. It did. Their chart looks really crazy here. I'm wondering, guys, are we having a lag in our charts? Yeah, be careful. We might be having a lag in our charts because It is halted. Let me do another check another one. No, that looks okay. Might have been just because it moved down so quickly. I don't know. Anyway, V is halted now on the way down. No, it looks okay. I'm just checking. This is my time and sales from Interactive Brokers, and I'm checking the chart price. So it must it's an anomaly just with that V and stack. Wow, stack is resumed. Got halted on the way down, but it is popping now. So some of these China stocks are trying to reverse a bit here, guys. There's XPAV and Billy, BILI, trying to reverse. They're still down for the day, but they're trying to reverse a bit. If I were gonna look at that, I would be looking at KWeb. I would have KWeb up and running also as a thumbnail chart to check what the overall market's doing. Overall China market is doing. Forgot to keep watching Man. Yeah, Manpower from yesterday was a fantastic earnings play. But as high as 52, and it closed not quite at the high of the day, but yeah, beautiful continuation today off earnings yesterday for Manpower, MAN. All right, another one. You can't get rid of these. NVVE is halted on the way up, guys. This is another one on the gap down and reversal scan. Gap down and reverse. And well, where could it open? So this blue screen, nothing to do, blue window, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the stock, the halt price in red, 929. Column trying to show you where it could open, no big clue. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. If it is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 10:02 plus 10 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. Oh, I see why you talk, Kishore. So this is in our AI SG. Yeah, well, it's got room. It does have room. Does it have? So this is to do with this. I don't know if it's hit Canada. I mean, this thing was with lettuce. I don't know if it's hit Canada. All right. Well, NFLU is now back. Like Netflix is now back, trying to recover. I think it's recovering with the market. It's more of a mark. I think it's going with the market right now. Guys, yeah, I'm so tempted on this NFLU. I haven't taken it yet. You are right. GLXG is on my scan as a reversal play, trend reversal play, but yeah, I wouldn't take it. 128 is the next high looking left. That's for me anyway. That's too close. Tell you what is moving. MUU is moving. Micron with the market, the two-time long, moving with the market. That's a big move. 24 to 27 for MUU. This is the two-time long for Micron. Ton of volume. Ton of volume. I'm just trying to find. Okay, how about this NVVE? Is it what is it going to do when it comes out of its halt? So what time is it now? 10:01. So if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 10:02 plus 10 seconds. So about 20 seconds from now, a little over 20 seconds from now, if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, okay, this will open and we have a projected open, no big clue. There's the halt price, 929. They're 930. So there's no big clue as to where it's going to open. The high yesterday was way up there at 1223. No, sorry, but yes, call it 1250. I'm just eyeballing these. And it just opened. It just opened and it popped, exploded. Big spread now, though, on a big spread. Yeah, I mean, it's really tough to commit without a wide stop. 931, 966. So really, for me, it's just it's literally you're just rolling the dice. But it's over 10 now. All right, guys, I closed my eyes and I did get into that NFLU. Let's see if this I'm still basically a little over where I bought it, a little over. I have no thoughts on it, and well, unusual. I mean, you're talking SPCX. I mean, I don't know if it's going to stop bleeding or not. I mean, it's down the bottom briefly anyway at 122, and it's a beautiful $5 pop almost. But whether that continues or not, I don't know. Okay, well, get to 1450. Get to 1450 for the NFLU. Yes. Okay. Okay. I've taken some off. Okay. I don't, I mean, it's still it's a bad earnings play. I mean, no, it's a bad. I mean, it got hammered down on earnings, but I've decided I took some off of the NFLU right at the 1450 mark. Well, you know what? If this NVVE, excuse me, gets up to 1248, which is yesterday's high, I want to know about it. So right now, guys, I'm getting a lot of gap down and reversals, which makes sense with the market trying to reverse. Okay. I mean, market's putting in a beautiful reversal so far. Okay. Is what I was, this is turning into my favorite day. It doesn't have to keep going higher all day long. But when we get these big gap downs and stocks that have gap down for no reason other than, the whole market's gapping down. In other words, they don't have, it's not an earnings play or they don't have bad news. It's just moving with the market. But boy, if the market does this, a lot of these gap down and reversal plays will look pretty darn good. All right. Well, it's 10:07, a little late, so I'm going to go over my homepage right now. I'll show you the two scans that you cannot see that I do have up and running. Okay, the gap scanner and my trend reversal scanner. They're on my homepage. I'm not displaying them, but they're on my homepage. So give me a moment as I get the links in, or the link in for my homepage. All right, so on my homepage, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now if you want. You can use Barry 1515, okay? You get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription, okay, using my code. So please use my code if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future. The code will change, of course. We have promos every now and then. But it helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate two rooms, the YouTube room and the main room right here. So if you're in YouTube wondering about this room, this is a more robust room. It's open at 6:45 also, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi does that. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so too early for me to do that. So that's why Obi does it for you guys. So if you want to come into a room and interact with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room. Okay, it's free also. I get on the mic for both rooms, the YouTube room and this room here, sometime between 9 and 9:15. And if you keep scrolling down, you can get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is free. You can get it. You can sign up for it right here. You'll get it about sometime before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay, and how you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is up to you. They're designed for longer term holds, but again, how you trade it, if you trade it, up to you. Now, if you're just taking out a subscription or you're thinking about it, this is what I would do. So scroll down, get to the education section, click on more info. So this is actually mandatory. If you're just taking out a subscription, this is mandatory for getting started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. Now, if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about it, this program is not necessarily for everybody. But at least if you start off with that second video, go to the end, it'll give you an idea about what we can do. And that might make up your mind whether or not you want to try us for at least a month. You can always just take out a monthly subscription and you can cancel anytime, okay? If you are new to trading, this is for you. Back to basics, free series of videos. There are 15 of them if you're new to trading, okay? And last, if you're looking for my scans and races, etc., Here they are. So you clicked on my homepage link, middle section, here they are. This is the large cap race right here. This is the more volatile race right here. Pulse resumes is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Now I have other scans that I'm currently sharing. I do have the trend reversal scan on my other monitor. This is the don't repeat version. This is what it looks like. Okay, well, when you load it, this is what it'll look like. You'll see the symbol over and over again as it makes new highs or lows. If it's powder blue, it's a suggestion to go long. Yellow, a suggestion to go short. And then I do have my gap scanner, this one right here, the gap continuation or reversal scanner. Again, this is the don't repeat version. So I want to see this, want to see what happened. So I can go back in time and see, okay, had an alert, 10:09 for SG, 7:46. What happened from there? And that's the gap scanner right here. Okay. So you can ask me questions. Both rooms are our trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions about trade ideas, feel free to ask all day long. Don't think that you're interrupting me, okay? If I cannot answer immediately, I'll tell you. If I'm, tied up in a trade or doing something else, typically I can answer though most questions if it's about trade ideas. But if I can't, I'll try to direct you. Maybe one of the other traders will have an idea. If it's an accounting question, that's one thing I can help with. I cannot help with, okay? But I can, again, direct you to the people who can. Boy, look at that move on Micron. Micron, the stock is still down. Actually, it's not. It went positive now. Micron, the stock went positive. But Micron here, MUU, this is double the move. So it's up 4%. The stock is up approximately 4%. The stock itself is up 2%. Guys, I am loving the fact that we can find these company ETFs. I never, ever, ever, ever would have traded Netflix. Never. I mean, Netflix is actually not that expensive anymore. So it's possible I would have. But, to be able to find these company ETFs now that are a lot cheaper and getting potentially double the move, I'm loving it. Because I never, almost guarantee I would not have traded Netflix today. Now, it took me 2 attempts to get positive on this, but still. And thank you, everybody, for yesterday. We asked the question, well, where can we find these company ETFs? And so this is it, the definitive list. So you can either scroll down, which I'm not doing. I'm just typing into the search box. Okay, type in the symbol. You just type in the symbol. That's what I did with the ISRG. I found ISUL, but that you just type in the search box and you can find out if a company has an ETF. Oh man, this is turning into an awesome trade now for me. So, the NFLU. Especially, I mean, with the market moving like this, I'm sure it's helped. I'm sure it has helped Netflix. Well, see, that's the one thing I won't do, though. I will not. Well, I don't swing anyway, but I don't know about swinging the company ETFs. Okay, that's probably a little because I can get adjusted and all. So I'm not. I'm just absolutely just using them for intraday trading. but it certainly made my day. Now, market showing a little red bar here. So you know what that means. Okay. Don't have much left of it now. I mean, you have to recognize the fact that Netflix got hit hard and it's still down a lot for it. I mean, it's still down 9%. Okay. Again, this is down 18%. So the stock itself is down 9%. So, I mean, the bad news is still there. It's not like it's all rosy. Well, yeah, I mean, they don't all have ETFs, but Coke. Oh, I see. Yeah, you would think that Coca-Cola would have one, right? Yep, you're right. No, there is not one for Coke. Tried to do it, but I just don't think sometimes we're able to set up a link, even for websites so that if I typed in a symbol or if I clicked on a symbol, it would load in here. But I only briefly tried to do that. Let me try one more time. You could not get okay, if you could not get it to work, I'm not even gonna try then, okay. Be nice if we could, just to quickly see, without having to type it in, but, it's not the end of the world just having to type it in, especially if you're doing your pre-market work, okay? I mean, that's all I did. I mean, I looked at NFLU, the ISUL. I haven't traded ISUL, but if you do the work in the pre-market to determine what companies you might wanna follow that have these company ETFs, you just jot them down. Yeah, I mean, Netflix right now is just sort of following what the market is doing, in my opinion, okay? So if we get another more green here, looking to see we get a green bar, next green bar. I mean, that's red. Let's see if we can turn that green. But you were right, William. Oh, let me get this. You were right, William. Meta is not. I mean, MetU. There's the ETF for the long, and it's dropping. So wow. So the stock itself is almost down 5%. Meta is almost down 5%. So it is not rallying with the market at all. You mentioned that earlier. But Pepe's, some websites we can get a link, can we not? Not talking about brokerage platforms, but just some websites we can establish a link. I thought we could. I thought I tried years ago, say with FinViz or something, but obviously not for that particular website. Well, my goodness, though, look at Meta now. Meta's down through the 200-day moving average, even 640.99. So it is through the 200-day moving average. You're right, it may bounce, but boy, this is super weak compared to the recovery of most of the tech stocks. Speaking of which, what time is it now? 10:21. Let me go click on new from the toolbar and then go to a dog channel bar. All theme-based channels. I'm going to show more. Now we're going to see a bit of a difference in the sector status. Bit of a difference. I mean, XLE is still the top performing sector, not by a huge amount. But let's take a look at the SMH. You see exactly what happened. SMH, when we looked pre-market, I believe it was down about 4%, and XLE, XL, the community, well, here's the tech stocks were down about 3%. So you can see they've rallied. Well, I just look at a chart. You can see how they've rallied off the bottom. They rallied off the bottom. Now, here's one that would be interesting to see if there's an ETF for this one, Travelers, because this is an earnings play, and it's been a huge earnings play for it, up 8%. Float is, I mean, it's a big float, 211 million. So TRD, I wonder if there's an ETF for that one. And the answer is no. All I'm doing is just typing in, and if I don't see, so if I back out that one, you can see, so for TR, I mean, these are the ones that are coming up. But if I type in TRV, I get nothing. Okay, so that means there's not a company ETF for that one. So let's see, what else is anything really interesting? Something still being clobbered. Casey is up. Yeah, nothing's being hit that hard in the retail sector. Casey is up. I wonder if this one has an ETF. I mean, I just won't trade. No, I don't. I'm not comfortable trading these higher price stocks. Mentally, I'm not comfortable. I mean, I know it doesn't make any sense. Take fewer shares, you're going to get the same move, but well, let me just see if Casey does have one, just out of curiosity. Nope. Okay, guys, so we had that little bit of a blip here, but momentum continues strong for the SPY. I mean, we're only down 3 point, and the Dow has actually gone a little mildly positive. So everything is recovering to a certain extent. Well, William, I'm looking at MetU. Okay, I know you're looking at probably at the stock, but I'm looking at MetU, and it looks like it's trying to hold at 25, maybe. The VWAP for it is 25.67, so there's room to the VWAP. But you're right, hard to call where. But 25 here anyway. Oh my! Well, I don't have very much left of it, but I'm just watching the SPY action and NFLU. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. Let's see. Keeping an eye on the market. Want to see if we finally have a bit of a capitulation. So some of these gap up and gap down and reversals could turn into nice shorts. Okay, if they rallied with the market, if the market starts to move back down again. Well, the NFLU as an example. Okay, let's just take a look at it as an example. I mean, obviously, it's a big move. Okay, I mean, it is a big move from down here from 13 up, and the relative volume is great. The volume is great, so it could show up in scans. One of the things I'm just looking to see whether or not it would, and this is a two times, so it's going to move double the move of the stock. Okay, guys, market is starting to put in a couple of red bars now, so I think that might be it for my Netflix NFLU. I'm just going to hold on just a little bit. I don't have much left, but I just want to. I've got to follow this. I'm just watching net. I'm just watching it over here. Netflix NFLU. Ugh. I'm glad I didn't get out. Another little pop for it. Let's take a look at. We do have a channel, but again, it doesn't have every single company ETF or all the ETFs. But let's take a look at what it does have today. Let's see what the two-time ETF channel. Let's see if maybe who knows? Maybe NFLU is there. No. DLLL, which is the Dell. So there's Dell. And MULL. That's the other one for Micron. What's the volume on this one? So the volume for this one is about double MULL. I mean, still good volume though for both, but it is starting to fall now. So this is a race based on, but they're not all company ETFs, of course. They're just normal, like normal ETFs, if you will. They're not all company ETFs. You've got a couple for Tesla, TSLQ, TSDD. Here's should be Microsoft, right? Treasury. These are Treasury bills or something. Don't you think they should name them differently now? The ProShares Ultra Short Lehman, 20-year Treasury. Don't you think they should change the name? So anyway, I mean, here's a way you can, track some in a race of the two-time ETFs. Okay, guys. Now the market. So we've had that. What time did that start? At 9:45 and 10:25. So not quite an hour. We had a nice sort of recovery. Not quite an hour. Now let's see what's going to happen. No, I'm impressed by this. The strength in Netflix is still pretty good, even though the market is starting to fade a bit here. Well, you've got Ruby on your mind, don't you, William? Now, oh wow. Now look at that NVVE. Yeah, it had the massive pop up to 11 and right back down to 7 something. Okay, I mean, look at this market, okay? And what I'm doing, I'm looking at MUU, just basically, what it makes sense, but I mean, it's just basically following the market or one. So there's that green bar, had a couple of red bars, green bar now. That's the micron. Oh, and a big move now, big move for this MUU. Wow, I mean, that's a big move, guys. 28 to 29, just like that. All right, let's take a look at some of these ones in the large cap. Okay, well, while I'm waiting to see if NFLU has another thrust upwards, I'm going to go over this race, the concept of racing. That's a big move for Micron, guys. MUU just absolutely exploded off 28, 29.16 now. Okay, on my homepage, I'm only putting this link in because I do want to direct you to the user guide because I'm going to talk about racing. And if you click on my homepage link, go down to the education section, click on the more info. At the top here is our user guide right there. And there's a whole section on TI stock racing right here. Okay. And the concept of it. So I'm going to go over this one and both of the races just to show you, why I think they're a very interesting way to use trade ideas. Not everybody is going to like the idea, but I think especially if you're starting out, the fact that it creates a top 10 list for you, even if you're not starting out, it's just nice to have a top 10 list that is automatically created for you. So LBGJ, excuse me, this is 3.6. What does that mean? That means that since the race started, I'm running 4-minute races. This race is almost over. And again, this is all customizable. You want to run whatever time period you want in your race. I'm running a 4-minute race. So what that means is once this race is over, another one will automatically begin. And now this is some kind of a warrant. So if this holds on, which it did. So it did not hold on. KLRS just out of nowhere took over the lead in the last second. So that's KLRS. So won the race. Okay. It has won 3 races. And this is what this means. Okay. The numbers beside the stock symbol, that's the number of races that a stock has won. Now I made a bit of a mistake. Normally I'd have probably, okay, just give me a moment. And the IOVA, this was from two days ago. This was an AI alert, worked out very well. And now it's over 5. Yesterday's high though was 513. But the bottom line is this: it automatically creates a top 10 list for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So it gives you some focus on what you, and this list will populate. It'll eventually get to 10. I started this list or this race a little bit later. Okay. So that's why there's not 10 stocks in here yet. So if you see a stock at the top here, click on it just to see what's happening. You don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on a stock. Just click on it, see what's happening. CPHI, big day 2 days ago, got up to 169. Closed down here at 109 though, but it still could be of interest to some of you. Yesterday, it got up to yesterday's high and stopped. You see anything that's won a race before, click on it and see what's happening. You don't know, obviously, until you click on the symbol to see what's happening. CJMB could have been one of those ones that had been pulling back into the VWAP, could have been above the VWAP and pulling into it and maybe basing on it for a while. You might have looked at that and go, okay, if it gets a little bit further above the VWAP, I want to take the trade. And you put a price alert there. Just as an idea, okay? Take a look at the SLND, which was really active earlier. I mean, to me, it's a little too choppy, but it did pull back into the VWAP, got below it, moved above it. Maybe the VWAP will hold it. I mean, it's obviously it's only a $1 stock. It had some news. Okay, it's some kind of a partnership with this Acon out of Canada doing a big job, a wastewater job in Winnipeg, Manitoba. So that was the news. Here it is again. The company's joint venture was awarded a contract. I think it was about a little over 500 million US. Big contract. So again, you see anything that's won a race, click on it. See what's happening. And you don't have to wait for the race to be over, and you don't have to necessarily just click on the stock that's at the top here. You see anything in this list, click on it, see what's happening. Okay. It's a little unusual, because normally in this race, I don't think I made a change. Normally in this race, you're going to see some big percentage moves, leading the way here. I have to make sure I didn't accidentally make a change. See, in this race here, because it's a large cap race, you don't usually get the big percentage moves. You do get the odd one that moves 1%, but I wonder if I accidentally made a change here. Not going to see it here. Just give me a moment, okay? I might have to, I want to stop this race. Just want to see if I accidentally made a change. Nope. That's interesting. I mean, I mean, we did see a couple over 1%, but usually we get some big movers in here. Well, let me show you though what. Okay, we'll finally get 1 over 2% or 2%. So we're starting. Okay, I wanted to make sure I hadn't broken it somehow. Okay, why are these stocks showing up? All races start from a top list window. So if I right click in the body of the race and I open the top list, all races start from a top list window. So if I right click in this top list window, notice I have an option that says launch real-time stock race. Oh, just give me one moment, please. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Okay, so this top list window, very interesting today. This is a bit of a strange day. Gotta make sure this is correct. Yeah. Normally we see some huge percentage moves here. So what I've done here, first of all, these are the stocks that are showing up. And why are they showing up? Because they're between $1 and $50. The volume is at least 200,000 shares, and it's got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. So that's why these stocks are showing up here. And I've sorted on the change from the close. Now, normally we get some massive percentage moves, at the top here. This is a very strange day. The only one is, 23%. I mean, it's a big move, but it's certainly not a massive move. Very strange day in that regard. So a top list can still be used in this fashion. You want to see the stocks that are up the most today or down the most today or up the most in the last 5 minutes or down the most in the last 5 minutes, things like that. As long as you have a column header, with that, you can sort on it. So that's what that C% means. It's the change from the close. If I want to see the change from a stock's opening trade of the day and sort on it, ALRS up 21% from its opening trade of the day. So what the race does, though, it doesn't care where it is in this list of stocks. Whatever is moving the most percentage-wise. So if a stock down here, say plug down here, okay, it's up 2.6%. What if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it really started to move? It was up 3%, 4%, 8%, moving up this list. Well, that's what the race will catch. Okay. The race doesn't care where it is in the list of stocks. It just cares about what is moving the most percentage-wise. That's all it cares about. So that is the concept of the racing. So you can hopefully make sense to you now that you can create your own race based on your own set of parameters. You can either take this and so you don't have to create something from scratch, or you just start off from scratch, create a new top list window with your own set of parameters, your own price range that you like, minimum volume. Maybe you want to add some filters in here, change these values. It's up to you. And then you launch the race based on what you want to see. It's a real strange day. Now, this race here, it's a larger cap race. So if I right click and open the top list of this one, not as many stocks are showing up. And the reason being is that I have three filters here that are not here that are really preventing a lot of stocks from showing up. I'm looking at between 10 and 70. So I have changed the price range, but the market cap has to be at least 500 million and the float has to be at least 50 million. I did make a change here. So if you load it from my homepage, your minimum would say 95. So what does that mean? The position in the day's range. If I put 100 here, that would mean the stock is basically at the high of the day. So I had 95. I decided to lower to 80. So that still means the stock is near the high of the day, just not quite like what I had before. You don't have to do the same thing. Now, this list is not static. In other words, this is not the list for the day. Stocks will come in and out of this list all day long. As stocks meet the filter requirements, they'll come in, but sometimes they'll drop out because they don't meet the filter requirements anymore. Usually it's at 80%. That value, they come in and then they drop out. So it's not like you're not looking at this and going, well, why would I want to have a top list like this? These are the only stocks for the day, but that's not true. Well, I didn't take this. This came from my reversal scan. but I didn't take it because I thought that 200-day moving average, or sorry, the next high looking left might stall it, but didn't do it at all. So this is what I'm talking about. So here's the GLXG. The alert was at 9:58. That's the time, 124. But when I looked left and I saw that high right there, I decided what I should have done is put a price alert there, and then but even there, I just didn't think. I mean, it had a fantastic pop percentage wise. Well, I didn't miss it. I just didn't take it because I have to. I stick to my rules. I look left, and I didn't like what I saw. So, c'est la vie. It's not that I missed it. All right, guys. Now this KLRS. Let's take a look at this one. This is showing up. So at least it's over the VWAP. Any news on this one? Okay, shares rise after more positive data from its drug. What? It's only a phase 1A. Phase 1A. So very early on, but a low float, 8 million in the float. Well, guys, ISUL, interesting. We're talking about how sometimes, these ETFs don't show up, but ISUL just showed up on my reversal scanner right now. And of course, that is the two-time long. It's a suggestion to short. It's a two-time long of ISRG, and our SRG is just getting clobbered today, down 12%. Look at that float. I mean, that's a big float, 359, 300. It's an earnings play today. So I'm really interested in taking this one. I don't know where there's any support. Um, and I'm talking about I'm talking about the ISUL. I'd have to back this out on a monthly chart. Well, it only started, so this was created back, so it's really hard to know. I'd have to look at the stock and see where there could be some support. This company ETF was created not that long ago. So on a monthly, to go back to looks like, yeah, you have to go back to November of 2023, so not quite 3 years ago. Well, I'm still impressed with I still have some of that NFLU, and I'm impressed because I mean the market was starting to drop, and it really just kind of held. Who knows? Maybe we can get to 15. I'm still somewhat interested in this ISUL. If it's back into the 70s, it's having a little bit of a pop here, but I want to see if it gets back into the 1270s. All right, put a price alert here. I want to put a price alert around 12.78, see if it takes that out later on. RAI is having a not a good day at all. The small cap stocks not doing it at all. The only one that might have a chance is the SG. There are only 3 alerts from it. So Poe is dip buying the TRUG at 122. I bet your probably your stop is going to be about 118 or so. Just there, the low right there is 119. So probably your stop is pretty close, pretty tight. So it's either going to work quickly for you or it's not. Boy, Meta is just having a miserable day. Interesting. There are shorts available for me. I don't know if I want to short it, but look at NFLU. So this is really encouraging because look what the market's doing, but Netflix is actually rallying. So this will be a key area. I'm going to put a price alert around the VWAP for the SPY and see if it holds. Well, why not? I'm going to have to put a price alert at 15. Let's see if I can get it, induce it up to 15. William, are you still in? I guess you're not, right? You're not still in. I know you were long Netflix earlier. See you, Shaw. Come on, you can do it. There you go. Did you trade? Did you trade the options in Netflix, or did you actually trade the stock? So you actually traded. Okay. Boy, look at MUU now. I mean, some great ranges in these large cap stocks. Great with these company ETFs. It's amazing. It's like a new world has been opened to me with these company ETFs. Okay, guys, 11:02. So about an hour, I'll take a break. See you guys. I'll take over from our YouTube room in about an hour. Well, you V followers, there's the VWAP. There's the VWAP for V triple E. Did get up to 55. Okay, guys, on that little move underneath 15, at 15, I'm out of it now completely. The NFLU got a little over 15, up to 1505 or so. It started drifting down. I still think the overall market might affect it, but just well, for me anyways, just a very nice trade. Yeah, it is trying to sweet green. I mean, it had room. I mean, that was the nice thing about it. SG, got above that. Well, okay, guys, a little ominous now. We'll see what happens with the SPY. Okay, right on the VWAP, on top of the VWAP now, that purple line. Okay, guys. Well, what I said before, this was a gap down and reversal play that might turn back into a short. I mean, there are a lot of them that are going to look like this. Stocks that were moving down, not for any other reason other than the whole market was moving down. So you can see, I mean, this one followed the SPY almost exactly. That's the B, even though it's a cheap stock. All right. Well, let's take a. I'm still. Yeah. We're just not seeing these cheap stocks putting on big percentage moves in this race. Very strange. I haven't seen a day like this, maybe ever. I've got to put a price alert for that SpaceX at 120. Actually, that low right there, 121.47. That is the low of the day. Look at that lifetime range, minus 7.6%. Okay, guys. Well, little battle at the VWAP for the SPY. You can see we had that bar go into it. Next bar, trying to hold the VWAP. Okay, Meta may be having a little, well, it is having a little bit of a bounce. Okay, MET, I'm just looking at METU. So it's having a beautiful, I mean, some of these moves, 24.37 to 24.60. I mean, these are great moves. I wonder how that would correlate to METU. I mean, there's the VWAP way above it, way above it. I mean, that's not an issue. 25.44 is the VWAP for METU. The VWAP should be similar in terms of the percent. ISUL is bouncing now. $24.75. Okay, $24.75. So this level right up here, not that far away. Put a price alert there. You really follow that 5. I could add it. I could add that 8. It's the 8 EMA, right? The 8 EMA. Well, in the spirit of solidarity, why not? What color I'm going to put it? So that's purple there. Hmm. How green would look. Ooh. Yeah, not good because it's yeah, well, that's a stupid choice by me because it's within that orange wave. So I better. Hmm. Not showing up for some reason. I must have done it wrong. Hmm. Just can't see it. Ah, yeah, I can't go blue either. This is crazy. I have to have a. It's fine if it's on the way down, but I'll mess around with it later. So anyway, according to you, 2475 was the 5/8, so it did not get there. So this is a very weak bounce so far. All right, guys, 45 minutes and then I'm on a break. So I'm just sort of biding my time right now. Stocks below the VWAP tend to test the 5/8 from below 3 times before they test. Okay, cool. Wait, how about when they're above the, well, this is, well, I don't know what the 5/8 here is, but anyway, this is the SPY guys testing the VWAP for another one. This will be 15 minutes of a test. This is a 5 minute candle. It'll close right now. Okay, so it's still testing the VWAP here. Okay, what about blue sky here or black sky? Sorry, BKSY trying to come back. This is it's above the close of yesterday, but what did it get to? It got up to $24, 24.29. Big sell off though. Closed down there above the close now of yesterday. This is a space company, but I'm looking at SpaceX. I know some of them are rallying, but well, I'll definitely keep an eye on METU. William. So I'll keep an eye on it. I have it thumbnailed my other monitors, one of my other monitors. So I will not lose sight of it. So this SG, okay, so this is this sweet green and beaten up because of this lettuce stuff that's happening in the States. Um, so there's your headline: Sweet green stock soars as diners take a sigh of relief over cyclospora outbreak. Not as widespread as feared. Okay. Real battle here, guys, in the SPY for that VWAP. Real battle. 1, 2, 3, and almost 4, almost 20 minutes of battling right at the VWAP for the SPY, that purple line. Let's take a look at that trading that MUU. How ugly is this on a daily chart, this MUU? Look at this. I mean, underneath the 200-day moving average. Again, this is the Micron ETF. Boy, I have had not a new alert in a long time. The only thing that's moving are, things in my races, but no new sound alert for anything in a long time. Boy, I was watching this one. Look at that pop from 552 all the way up to 625 for the KLRS. This was, I remember looking at this, it was phase 1A data, and I thought, okay, whatever, but look at that move. Look at the volume that came in, KLRS. And it just won the last race. And has won 4 races. Okay, guys. Well, things are really slowing down for me. So if you have any questions, good time to ask. If you have any questions at all, Ruby. Okay, let's take a look at Ruby from William, and you're all out of it. 626,000 shares in the float. Okay, I can show you how to do that. Question is to add the TI wave to your charts. Okay, so for JJ's asking that question. Okay, first thing, I'm going to go to my daily. I'm going to duplicate this daily chart to make it a little bit bigger to show you. It works on all time frames. Okay, doesn't matter what time frame you're trying to add it on. So the first thing you do, first thing, you right click on your chart, and if use browser interface is not checked, then check it. Okay, that has to be checked. So I'm going to check it now. If it's already checked, don't uncheck it. It's just a toggle on it. Oops, just a toggle on and off. So if it's checked, don't uncheck it. Now, if you've done it before, it's possible the wave is going to show up for you immediately. But if it doesn't, and for people who and by the way, this is part of the standard service, okay? Now, when you check it, hopefully you're going to see these icons at the top here. There's a little anchor icon. To the left of it is the indicator icon. So when you left click on it, TI wave is one of the options. So if I click on this right now, this is another toggle on and off. So when I click on it, the wave will disappear. So I'll click on it again. Again, go to that indicator icon to the left of the anchor and click on it. And now it'll appear again. Okay. Now, depends on the version of trade ideas that you have. Some of you may see FX, okay, FX, and not this indicator. Some of you may not see the indicators at all, okay? And that's because your chart is too small, okay? If you don't see the indicators at all, then you have to at least expand your chart enough to see these indicators up here. Once you add it, you can reduce the size of your chart, and the wave will not disappear, but you have to have the chart big enough to see the indicators. Okay? So was that a decent enough explanation, JJ, to get it added, or should I do it again? Or anybody else who didn't quite catch what I was doing? Okay, so that worked. Okay, good. And don't forget, save your work, save your layout at the end of the day. Everything you do, adding the wave, whatever you do, any little change, even if you think it's a little change, you have to save your layout at the end of the day so that any change you make will be saved. And I love the questions, guys. Okay, it'll keep me interested. Boy, look at this. I mean, what a battle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now. 25 minutes plus and counting, trying to hold the VWAP. Okay. Why do we talk about the VWAP? Probably the most often used technical indicator by intraday traders. Okay. It's an area of, well, VWAP, volume weighted average price. So a price where there's a lot of volume. Pretty ugly, guys. I'm looking at some of these waves here, okay? And the ideal wave would be, a nice, steady, fairly narrow wave on the way up, with the top of the bars just keeping in touch with the top of the wave, but not penetrating in. So I'm not really seeing anything. I mean, I haven't cooked on every symbol, of course, but yeah, it's very choppy. And the theory, if it's blue, strong, orange, weak, like a strong trend, weak, or sorry, if it transitions to orange, the trend is weakened. Boy, I'm looking at this the ISUL again, guys. It is now, what's the volume in this? Well, oops. Let me, it was down here somewhere. Oh, it was in my trend reversal. Now the volume isn't huge. That's the only issue I've got with this. I mean, in this for this ETF, company ETF, the volume is not huge. Okay, I'm still interested in it. I wish the volume were a little bit more, but spread's okay. It's only a 4-cent spread, not terrible. This is again an earnings play that is the stock itself is just getting clobbered. I mean, the stock, and that's a big float for the stock, over 300 million, and stock is down almost 13%. No, that on the way up. Okay, so your Met U, it hit the VWAP, or that 5.8. It hit the 5.8. I just put a price alert there, the 24.75. Boy, I haven't seen this one for a while. This LVLU, guys. This used to be a super Lulu. Yeah, I remember this month here. Got up to $30, $32. When was that? That was earlier this year. It seems like later than that, but in January of this year, this stock went absolutely crazy up to 32. Why? Look at that float. 530,000 in the float. Wow, even Netflix. So look what's happening. Yeah, look what's happening. So this is, I mean, Netflix is moving with the market now a little bit. That 200-day moving average, sorry, The VWAP, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sort of 30 minutes, 30 minutes. And it looks like the VWAP is acting as support now to the SPY anyway. And looks like Netflix is going to, I'm not in it anymore, but it looks like it could take, well, NFLU could take out that 15 again. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. Wow, and there it goes, guys. Again, I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. But NFLU just exploded through 15. Okay. Yeah, the sweet green is I mean it's been okay from the AI. I mean, there's the alert at 7:30. Did not hit the stop. The stop is 7:08, so it didn't give us an opportunity to for that halfway, the re-entry price halfway. Came close to the stop, but not quite. Stop is at 7:08. But but the market is again, or the SPY is again going to be testing that VWAP soon. Okay, guys, I've got another 20 minutes or so in the before I take my break. Boy, that MUU, what a great range trader. I mean, this is just I mean, you had that big up, the big move down, big move up, nice move down, another nice move up. A lot of range in this. Got to figure out a way to trade them. And when I say figure out a way to trade them, look at levels. I mean, here's the VWAP into the VWAP through the VWAP. But was it? I mean, it's not easy. I'm not trying to say this is easy, but I mean, at least to follow these sort of these sort of company ETFs has been incredible for me anyway over the last month or so. I had no idea they had so much range. Now, granted, these are semis, and the semis have been, the SMH has had a lot of range. So that was the first attempt at the 5.8, William, right, for the METU. It's now just a little bit below it again. How'd that bounce work for you, Poe? Let's take a look at Trug, T-R-U-G, T-Rug. Yeah, well, okay, guys. Well, again, it looks like the VWAP is going to hold it. I mean, that was reasonably ominous. Remember that green bar right there was red coming into the VWAP, but it looks like the VWAP is going to hold it for a while anyway. So I'll put a price alert up here at 747, which looks like the high of the day, and see if it keeps recovering. All right, we have a new one in the trend reversal. Okay, so what's the next high up here? See, for me, it's just way too close. Okay, I mean, so you can see what it's looking at. A stock that was beaten up yesterday, closed at least down 5%, recovering today, above. It's got to be up at least 2%, which of course it is, and it's got to be above the high of yesterday. Problem is, when you look left, 205, is very close. So I can't take that trade. Now, does it mean it's going to stop there? No, but that's just the way I look at it. And again, this is what I'm talking about. So just because I get something, I love the scan, but just because I get something here doesn't mean I just, take the trade without looking at the charts or anything. So Okay, but let's pretend if it did take this out, where could it go? Again, I just look left. I just see too many areas it could stall. Doesn't mean it's going to stall up here, but I just see too many areas that it could stall. So just not interested in it, even though it showed up on the scan. Give me a moment, guys. Boy, that KLRS, that was kind of the one. I mean, this break on 550 out of the consolidation, a little bit of consolidation, and that just really popped up. Still kind of holding over 6. It's a phase 1A. I mean, it's that's what the news is on this one. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 668, 613. So actually 613. And what did it get to today? It got up to 625. So it was a little bit above that high in the weekly chart. Well, if it's going to be dead like this, I may not come back after lunch, guys. I mean, though you never know. In the afternoon, my best trade yesterday was in the afternoon. It was that short from the trend reversal. It took forever to set up. But now the drop is this short. Ooh, this was shortable too. KLRS was shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, Poe, let's take a look at your trug to see if it's moving for you. Well, a little bit. I mean, a little bit. 3 cents from your 125. Boy, MUU guys is looking again pretty interesting. I mean, look what it's doing. Right around that doesn't look as. I'd have to expand this a little bit, I think, or well, but you can see what it was doing right there. 28. Trying to hold 28. The high right there is 28.48. High of the day is way up there at 29.30. Met you is right at that 5.8 again, right, William? Right around that area. So this is what, the third attempt? I mean, there's the VWAP. I mean, the VWAP's far enough away, 25.33. So there's the third attempt. So what were you saying? That the third attempt, if it gets through, it could challenge the VWAP, and I mean that's the theory. Whoa, look at this one now. So yeah, it was a nice move. No question, it was a nice move. But look at this. How much is given up? I mean, it's gone negative. GLXG. Yes, it had the nice move from 124. If you took it all the way up to 160, great percentage move, and then the complete drop. Surprised it wasn't halted. Didn't see it halted. Oops. Okay, guys. Well, 11:52. I think I'll just put myself on mute now until if I have something to say, I'll come back on. But if you have a question, I'll come back on. Just wait for Steve to show up. This is deadly. So I'm not gone yet, but when Steve shows up in about 5 minutes or so. I will put the YouTube link in. So if you want to head over and listen to Steve when he shows up in about probably about a little less than 10 minutes. Okay, muting myself now. Well, I'll come back on now. So I'm sure this is going to get halted right now, guys. Going to get halted. It's got to get halted. There it is. The SDOT. And that, I mean, it wouldn't have not been easy, but I mean, it showed up at 2517 at 935 in that reversal scanner, but it went all the way back down to 22. So, I mean, 890,000 in the float, but on the move now. A little bit of rain is good. Gets we've had some, we can't water in Vancouver right now, our lawns, so maybe help to green them up a bit. Mr. Gomez, I
There
think.
you are. I was confused. I didn't hear you.
Yeah, well, I had the mic off. That's why.
Oh, that's fine.
That'll do it all the time. Boy, I tell you, Steve, I'm getting so into these company ETFs now,
Yeah.
trading things I've never traded before because I would not
Yeah.
normally trade a Micron. Netflix has come back down. I mean, a $60 stock, I would trade that, but I wouldn't not be trading the 4 or 5 $1,000 stocks. But with these company ETFs, I'm just finding it's like a new world for me. So I was
Which one's
Netflix
your
for me,
favorite?
and
Which one's your
NFLU
favorite?
for me today was a big one.
Which one?
NFLU. That's the two-time for Netflix.
Okay.
It's cheap, $15.
Yeah.
Plenty of volume, like
I
no
love
no
them. I love
problem.
them for intraday. They're awesome for intraday
Yes,
trading. If you have
yes,
total conviction, why wouldn't you do it?
exactly,
I had
exactly.
total conviction on SpaceX short, but I couldn't trade it as we discussed last time because
Right,
the 401k
right,
disallows me from trading one short or two double volume trade or double ETFs.
right.
But
Look at the range in MUU. I mean, that's Micron, okay? Look at the range in it. MUU.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
it's been
it's
just
awesome.
awesome. I mean,
Yeah.
and I never would trade Micron. I would never trade the stock. I know people say, well, just trade the options, but I've not been an option player, or trader. But anyway, I'll
TS,
let you go. I am
Tesla
kind of
has a
excited about
short,
all this.
TSLS. What did
Yeah,
you say?
I'm
What
just
did you
saying I'll let you go now. And but I would ask that the company somehow, the suggestion yesterday, I know Pepe made it also, to somehow we should have an ETF filter. But what would be awesome, more awesome, would be a company ETF filter, not just. I mean, there's thousands of there's probably thousands, well, maybe not thousands, but hundreds upon hundreds of ETFs out there. But I'd really love to see a company ETF filter.
how would that be used? I mean, I'll ask Brad, but I mean, how would you imagine that being used?
Well, so for those of us who don't not necessarily want to trade a Micron or those, because typically the reason why the company ETF is usually way cheaper than the stock itself,
Do
so
you mean
that
like a
makes it
symbol
attractive.
list? Do you mean like a symbol
Yeah,
list?
yeah.
So we already have that data. We just need to put together a symbol list.
Well, you've got the data, but but there's. I actually put a website in Slack yesterday, which said this is the definitive company
Okay.
ETF. I could do it again.
Do it
Okay.
again, and I'll show Brad, and I'll say how hard would it be to make a symbol list out of this?
Yeah, the company ETFs. I don't care about there's just like the
Right.
SOXs and all that. I
No.
don't care
Yes.
about that. Just the company
And
ETF.
most of those company ETFs, I think, are like Drexion, or there's a certain company that's doing a lot of them, I think.
Well, Granite is doing it. Direxion. You're right. But there's so many of them now that it doesn't really matter who it is. But I'll put the link in so you can see it.
All right. Sounds
Okay.
good.
Okay. We'll see you in about an hour.
Okay. Thanks.
Bye.
Oh, Patrick, do I have a story for you? I had like just a wonderful day the other day with the post-market excitement. There we go. I got it back up here. I was sitting here, just all of a sudden you see those wonderful God candles. I'm like, what's going on? I look up quickly. Oh, Lily wants to buy them out. Okay, I start fading at 8.25, 8.5. Maybe I can get some off at 9, and got half off. And so then it opens back up, and then it goes into arbitrage mode. And funny enough, 4 investment analysts, useless analysts, have given downgrades to ATAI. Anyway, it looks like they're being bought out. So I faded out of my last half here. Just lovely stroke of luck from me on that one. You sold it before it ran? Yeah, I kept it, and boy, I got lucky. So sometimes it's easy to be a deer in the headlights there and stare at your profits and go, yeah, go, 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 when you really should be saying peel, peel, peel. So I've forced myself to do that after hours. All right, so maybe I've got the curse broken where we come live midday and things start to firm up. I mean, here's the bottom line. All I've been looking at this morning is big gap down. We got people scared on the open. Everything started to reverse about 20 minutes in. First 10 SMA test on the 15-minute chart was rejected. Then we dug in, and then here's our signal candle. 1, 2. We are working on the third candle now above this intraday momentum line. So the momentum has switched from the sellers trying to throw us back to lows to the bidders holding us up now. Hopefully that continues. I mean, this is one big ugly breakdown of the 50. We've traded under the 50 SMA now here for a few days. This should be technically, airspace, but then we can ditch the moving averages and just start to look at plain and simple support and resistance lines, kind of close there. So did we test that, didn't we? Let me just take a look here. What did we get? Low of 86.37. Low of 86.70. So we get 30 cents away from the test. Honestly, I would have liked to have seen them test it and then reverse, but that low right there was 30 cents above this low right there. And considering that's a pretty vicious volatile spike, I would call that a double test if we can continue to just kind of hang on here. So that's what I'm seeing at the moment. I'm using the NASDAQ again because the NASDAQ is the most weakest. I think it's been leading us with the weakness of the semiconductors and all that stuff. Let me get rid of that. There we go. S&P, not as bad. They're fighting with their 50-day moving average still. Kind of the same story over there on the intraday. IWM, the small caps, this doesn't tell the story. I mean, somebody brought up a chart, and they started with like, what's been just the worst of the AI destruction? Oklo. Oh yeah, all those. I fell for it too. All the nuclear energy companies. SMR was a bad one. So now they're starting to throw some of these other AI companies in there. Hang on one second. Point being, I can't believe the Russell 2000 looks like this as a chart on an index. It just doesn't tell the story. There's been a lot of destruction in the mid caps. I forgot what the mid cap ETF is. What's the mid cap? Mid cap. SPMD. Let's try this. It's even stronger than the S&P. So we got the S&P, we got the mid caps, and the IWM and the Russell 2000, the small caps. But for some reason, just everywhere you look, Ondas, that was on that list as well. Charts that were just really in favor 2 or 3 months ago have been absolutely just curb stomped, to use a graphic. I'm seeing some green come through here. What I really want to see is, I'll show you what my holdings are. I'm in some silver, Patrick. I didn't know what else to do with the money this morning. I didn't know if things were going to bounce. I thought maybe people would run to silver for some safety. EOSE. So yesterday I was out. I wasn't really watching the market yesterday, and that's okay because I probably would have just, I don't know, I would have just gotten mad. But I let things just work against me. Hoping that we'd get a reversal today. If we didn't get a reversal today, I was going to just take my lumps. But EOSE is one that's doing well for me. Ironically, look at this crazy mess. Let's go back to post market. They got a contract, bam, all of a sudden ran up to $5.36, but there was not much detail on the contract. Next thing you know, it's selling off yesterday down here and opening up under 4. So a wild ride, but sometimes these wild rides are considered to be a possible reversal point. It just really makes it like hard for everybody. Hard for the bulls and the bears because the volatility just becomes so wild at key points. So getting back to what I was going to just say here, what I'm watching on this one, because this one's doing well for me, because I've got a lot of it, about more in the open. What I need to see, and this what will give me solace. First test was rejected this morning of the 130 line, the 5-day moving average. Ideally, we're going to come up here and test it, and ideally, we go through. If that's the case, then the daily charts might start looking good across the board. There's a lot of stocks out there. ARQQ, good timing. This is the second best one I'm in. Same thing yesterday. I probably would have got really pissed off because it was trading and closing under the 50. But it was just one of those things where I kind of wasn't watching the market yesterday. I was away from my desk all day. And I picked a good day to walk away because we're getting a reversal here. Same thing in the ARQQ. There we go. As we're speaking, this AOSE tries to do something. Let's see. Coming up on that test there. So these are my two big winners so far. These are giving me solace that there is some chance of reversal. I had some money to play with on the open. God, I was eyeballing Nebius, but I wanted it to come lower down here to this anchored view up. Didn't get it, so I passed. And for some reason, I just decided, you know what? Maybe I need to pour into silver because it came down here and did a double test. Actually, the SLV double tested its low. Look at that. This is an interesting dichotomy, bifurcation. There's a test of a break of the low in SLV ETF. However, what I believe is the stronger physical audited ETF PSLV, they've got the silver, not the paper, did not quite make new lows. If we can just get a nice reversal, I might hold on to some silver, maybe fade out of some on the close, but maybe try to keep over the weekend and see if I can catch a good gap up. I also bought some TGB, very simple on this one. This is a range trade when you can kick yourself sometimes for looking back and going, why didn't I just buy the bottom of that range and sit no matter what? So this is a copper stock. Oops, hang on. Where am I going with this? There we go. I think. No. I just screwed myself up here. There we go. Something like that. So if we can get a reversal candle right there by the end of the day, if this candle in TGB copper stock is looking really good, it might be a 3-day hold for me. But I decided to kind of pick on some metals because they were really oversold and I didn't really know what else to do. I had enough technology. DJT got ahead of itself, trading much better. It's above the 50-day moving average now. Definitely needed that pullback, and it came and kissed the 10-day moving average and gave us a bounce. How about that? The one that I'm underwater in is ABTC. I'm fully bullish on crypto and Bitcoin, and I'm using this as a proxy for being in Bitcoin. And I bought a lot more down here, so I'm irresponsibly long. I'll just tell you, I'm 20% long my account. I'd be fired as a money manager. If I'm wrong and we go to lows, then I'll peel some back out. But I'm kind of taking a stand down here for many reasons. What else do I got? That's pretty much it. I got a little bit of Rumble just because I like the company, but the stock needs to shape up. And that's it. So I'll have some cash to buy some stuff tomorrow. Oh, I did buy some HYMC. I thought maybe I'd take a silver miner along with the SLV trade. Just horrible charts, but at some point they will try to be overdone, and we all try to be superhuman and pick the low, so why not? That's all I've got. Making sure there's no questions here. So hey, if anybody's showing up for some support here on Friday for the tech side of using trade ideas, let me know. Oh, I'm about to go green on the day. That's nice. It was down pretty good on the open. Let's check in with the leader. Okay, the NASDAQ decided it does want to move higher, maybe at least fill that gap. I've seen this action before. It tries to shake people out with a horrible gap down, 20 minutes of new lows, and then reversal. A little leery on the China stocks after what Trump dropped last night, so I don't know how to react to those. SpaceX, as we all saw, took a beating because they couldn't launch their rocket yesterday. So that was a perfect example to pound on new lows and exit for some people. I've cleaned out some of my watch list, but as I go through these names, Oracle's taken a beating. Rick Robotics is taking a beating. Poet's taking a beating. Nibis has not had a good month. Wolf. All these AI stocks have just been clobbered. The rocket stocks, space stocks have been clobbered. Here's some more tech stocks. These are all the stocks that are in my wheelhouse. As I climb through them, I see nothing but downtrends. Freaking robotics. Quantum stocks. You pick what was hot 3 months ago, and they've been in a horrible downtrend for the last 3 months. It's been a very deadly market if you don't have discipline to cut when things aren't going your way. But speaking of quantum, this is what ARQQ is. Interestingly enough, I like this one because it is engaging in the cyber security services. A lot of that in the news last night. International spying on our databases. Maybe we need some more quantum cybersecurity. Who knows? I'll let the chart tell me if I'm right on that. But hey, I just went green. There we go. So far, so good. Hopefully today's a reversal day, you guys. All right. It's a light Friday. Anybody, any questions? Talk about whatever. Especially these charts over here. They all look alike. Got a little bit of green to work with today. Will it follow through? Xerox, I got rid of that one a month ago. This one has shown me nothing. And one of the reasons is, I start to look at these charts and I go, why are you participating in something that's got these moving averages that are just clobbering it over the head? That's such a headwind. We want to be in stocks that, trying to think of a good one. Well, we could look at DFTX. That's been uptrending, but it's starting to go sideways. We need support. We need charts that are being supported by the moving averages, not being hit over the head by them. And those are kind of hard to find right now. No, I'm not. Yeah, I was just kind of backtracking. And the reason I got out was I tried right here. This was my trial day right there. I said, great. I got myself a great entry on the 50-day. They shook everybody out here, probably a perfect contrarian reversal. The next day, I was like, yeah, you got a great entry. Let's go. And then it kind of closed near lows. And then this day, I said, nope, this is my rule. If it closes below, the reason I got in the first place, I'm out. So getting out this day and freeing up cash has done nothing but give me less of a headache. This thing just would have been doing nothing, but I'm still watching it. But the point I was making, 2 minutes ago is there's just nothing to like about it. The only thing it's got going for it is it's above its 200-day moving average. It's under the 50, under the 20, and under the 10. And those are very hard to come back from, especially on stocks that, I want to make this point really, really hard, especially on stocks that have been running up. Stocks that have been coming down, they have an easier chance of backing through their moving averages. Like up here is what I'm talking about. If you're playing around, if you're playing around with it, if you're playing around with it up here, you're under all the moving averages. But once it broke, momentum, the moving averages start to fan out. This is an extreme case. These are areas that are ripe for reversal. And the more I look at it, the way we traded yesterday and today, opening up lower after a very discouraging, demoralizing day yesterday for people who thought they picked this low. This is kind of how markets work. It's that second mouse that gets the cheese sometimes, So in EOSE, I was leaning on this low. That's kind of my entry. And then I wasn't around yesterday to watch the carnage. Woke up today and said, I still like this stock. I'm going to buy more. So I'm loaded on this one. So I need to get it to break through. This is the next order of business right here is coming through and breaking through. And if it can do that, there's maybe a better chance we can get a chance to start breaking through those moving averages on the daily chart. Sector-wise, So as I was saying earlier, all the AI stocks I was showing you, they're bouncing out of a very oversold condition. So change from the open, my sector scan here, change from the open shows us that the generative AI technology ETF is bounced the most from the open. Semis are a good bounce on the open. Quantum stock, great, I'll take that. These were all the oversold things that couldn't find a bounce. Copper, I'm in some TGB, we'll take that. Technology, silver, stock miners, I'm in some of that. The nuclear stocks, which have been hammered, I'm not in it. Well, I'm in some of that by way of DJT. You got to remember, it's not just True Social anymore, it's TAE, Atomic Energy as well. And wouldn't it be nice to wake up to a headline that one day daddy helps his son Eric with a sweetheart family deal for some fission energy to run American Bitcoin? Wouldn't that be funny? It'd be nice. So sector-wise, gold miners, steel, everything's pretty much green from the open because we gapped down and traded up from the open. But the AI stocks and the semis were extremely oversold, and they're the ones that are just bouncing the most. Quantum too. Hello, Dave. How can we help? You looking for some assistance for support? Yeah, anybody feel free to use the chat if you got a question about the product. That's why we do these every day. Although, if you recall, Dan is the CEO on Wednesdays. Next week will be off again. He's took the family to Italy for the summer, so we'll be dark next Wednesday, but Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday next week at 12 Eastern, you come by here if you're a new user and we can help get you going. You got to answer a couple of chats here real quick. All right, Barry, I've officially submitted that to Brad. I gave him the list of the ETFs you guys are trading, and I'll see what happens. He's going to take a look. I'm looking at some of these ETFs. Pepe, are we getting all these ETFs currently in our feed? Yeah, I knew that. I knew Brad was going to come back and say that. We already get these ETFs. Why can't a symbol list just be made? I mean, I don't think they'll be able to make it for us. Oh, we can. It'll take 5 minutes. Okay, so hold on a second. So a global symbol list. So the users don't have to make it. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I have to add on the Boolean. You need to add a Boolean indicator and create the filter from that. What is a Boolean indicator? Okay. Oh, so I see. You want to apply all the existing scans you have to only that with some sort of a toggle. True. I can tell you this, the guys in development are so stacked up with so many things, going back and backtracking. If it requires making a new filter, that whole rigmarole and adding the filter to the database and all that, it won't get priority. That's the problem. If it's something as simple as that takes, Brad, 5 minutes to compile a list of all of these names and then create a global symbol list, why can't somebody just point their scans to include that list or that list only? That might be the closest we can come, if that makes sense, Pepe. Based on what I know the developers are working on and have time for, and priorities too. It will indicate whether the symbol is or is not an ETF. Okay, let me just screenshot that, and I'll make sure Brad sees that. I'll send him those comments. Oh, man, I need to reboot. I'm getting all slowed down. So I did my part, intermediary, with the correct information. Thank you, Pepe. I helped a lot. I understand what you guys are looking for now, and so does Brad. So we'll see what they say. Is Bitcoin starting to do something? A little bit. I'm going to see a lot of charts starting to look like this. You're welcome, guys. declining 5-day moving average, nice supported round movement up, and the big test is going to be coming up in a lot of these charts. I'll be right back. All right. No reply yet. We'll see what happens on that development question. Excuse me. EOS. Oh, I keep typing the wrong. There we go. So I was just talking the same thing. This pinch play is coming up here in a lot of these things I'm in. The momentum is bidding it, but the 5-day moving average is showing resistance. I just want to see a nice test and go. And this will resolve itself over there. Oracle is looking like every other chart out there. It's crazy. Every chart looks like this. Which ones are going to survive? ARQQ is my workhorse right now. That one's taking its time. Seeing a couple of the quantum names coming through. No, oops, that was delayed. My bad. All right, guys, if there's anybody new in the room that needs some assistance on the software configuration, let me know. Otherwise, don't mind dead air. I'm just clicking around. I know Andy likes this path a lot. I might put an alert above there for Monday. But the problem with the path is it's going to run right smack into the 200-day, but it'll be test number 2. So sometimes the second time's a charm. It's hospital AI, right? Healthcare, yep. Healthcare software. I mean, by no means am I sitting here saying we're out of the woods. We can easily roll back over for lows at the close, and that would be frustrating. But hoping not. PDYN, another one of those stocks. Everything was looking so good back here in, what was it, May, and then going into June, and then everything just kind of fell apart. So it's almost like that sell in May and go away effect. It was just a reality for a lot of things. They all have that same look. Things were starting to get exciting again, and then just demoralizing. It's just the walk of shame, death march. A lot of these names, these charts. Okay, so there's an example of one that's not, right? And this is FIG. This is 48% short. I need to keep an eye on this. It's above all its moving averages. It doesn't look like every other chart that's out there right now. And big float, but 46% short could get a little spooked above that blue line. So there's an idea. So I'm giving myself a future idea, especially, using the price alerts. That's one of the best ways to use them. Look at that head fake. Down to 240, up to 7. What the hell? Oh, right. Lucid vehicles, right? Another chart that's very strong with 35% short the float, 31 million in the float. Biopharma, which I hate. Low volume, which I hate. So I'll probably stay away from that. Hey, what's up, Ryan? How's it going? What do you want to look at? Hopefully this reversal, stays intact for the day, especially in the NASDAQ. What do the semis look like again? Just technically broken. Even if we do recover today, where do we go from here? We're going to run right smack into a wall of frustration. To reinvest in Q. Let's take a look at SoFi. Yeah, nice. Okay, so this could be a reversal day in SoFi for sure. You're buying at the lower end of that range there, which is nice. If that's your entry right there, that's a great entry. And Qualcomm. It could be a solid entry in Qualcomm too. We got a couple things going on. You got a gap fill. So this airspace back here in May, call that a gap. Gaps remain unfilled for so long. And then right there, that price pretty much kind of came back into the fill the gap. And then that 200-day moving average, that's the last of the moving averages I used. Ideally, this thing continues to move to highs and we get, the better the reversal chances, the better the green candle. So if we can double the size of that green candle and, pop back up above the 200 day and just basically like definitively claim that the trading below was a head fake and the close is all that matters, that could be it. Okay, so I missed that one, INOQ. So I was mentioning, Ryan, that the quants are doing really well this morning. That could be a very good possible reversal. A lot of these stocks, like I was mentioning before you joined, they were just having a great April and May. And then once June hit, everything just got rug pulled. And then the frustration just begins to mount as more and more people continue to just get stopped out lower and lower. And there's an old axiom that's called sell in May and go away. We'll call it the end of May. So the end of May, sell in May and go away. There's your split point right there. That axiom actually kind of came true in a lot of names, but it didn't come true in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. They just kind of went sideways. So it's been a tale of two stories really in the market. All your favorite names have just been annihilated. We all have them. SMCI is the other one you had. This one's really gotten hammered. It's underwater. But if these are your entries that you're pointing out, these are excellent entries. You can't go wrong. You're buying new fresh lows that are trying to bounce in a contrarian way. Not bad. Hello, Prime Rod. What do I think on Tesla? It's just been going sideways. And yesterday when the rocket didn't launch and SpaceX fell out of bed, so did Tesla. It just by de facto proxy, Elon kind of took a hit with that failure to launch yesterday. And what Tesla is doing, boy, it's look at all of the moving averages. They're all becoming flat. 200, the 50. That's a VWAP right there, and then the faster ones are starting to come down below. This is a wall. This is a brick wall, Prime Rod. If you're buying here and hoping to push through, you've got a lot of resistance. This is like getting into a whitewater river and then trying to swim upstream right there. Some of these other names that we were just looking at, they've had a big sell-off and they're very far below their moving averages. So they could have a nice oversold bounce. But Tesla, where's it going to bounce to? It just doesn't have much to bounce into. Like something like ARQQ, maybe it's had a bigger fall. I don't know. I don't like it that much. Put it that way, Prime Rod. Rom's helping me out. And again, to SpaceX, for people who want to think you can pick a low in SpaceX, the data literally shows it was with Google, it was with Facebook, and I think Amazon. You feel free to chat GPT AI it, but the big hyped names that people were waiting for, and CNBC was hyping. Once those names come to market, you are the end of the food chain. You have to understand that. And I even predicted, I said, SpaceX will probably trade well for 3 days on initial euphoria. And these people here are chasing because they feel they missed out. And then the selling starts. And then it just starts looking for a crack in the ice to find the initial IPO. And then we break it. And what I'm getting at is the data literally shows, ask AI, what's the average time it takes for an IPO that's a giant hyped IPO that everybody is waiting for? How long does it take for it to bottom after the IPO? And the answer is usually around 12 months. So I've kind of given up on Tesla. I've given up on SpaceX, and I will revisit them both in 12 months. It could be good for a short. If you're good at fundamentals, if you want to look at their PE ratio. Do I have that on here? I don't think I have the PE on here. I should. It's very high. Very high. Go ahead and look up, how that compares to other stocks, and it's extremely overvalued. So there's a reason that you could short it until it comes back down. Oh, the NASDAQ made a new high. That's good. getting some action here. Bitcoin moving higher. Excellent. All my positions went from red to green, except for one. I don't know what's going on. It was just a bit overbought yesterday. It's coming back. Yeah, Premrod, it's up to you. If you feel comfortable shorting something like that, that's the time to do it. And more importantly, if I was going to short Tesla, I would try to do it as close to a spike up near this declining line is even better. You lean on that. Be aware, though, we've got earnings. This is why we put color. We put yellow for a warning sign. There's earnings on July 22nd. So if you want to day trade it, you could basically wait for any exciting buys that come into it and then fade the buys. What you don't want to do is come in and say, oh my God, I missed the short sell. I better chase this right here, because you will regret that. SMCI on highs, Ryan. Qualcomm. Oh, yeah, on a Q. Yeah, that one's. These are all due for a reversal. Hopefully we get them. And Sophie was the other one. Sophie's actually the best looking chart of all of them, I think, in terms of short term. EOSE. This will be a great test right here. I'm going to put my price alert just above the 5-day moving average, and I'll hopefully get an alert later. And that'll be a good sign. I think, Oracle is a big company, and they've had a pretty big reversal. Look, once again, it could be a case of the second mouse gets the cheese. Everybody that bought that low, they put a stop in that other low, and the second low is the one that becomes the actual low. I've seen it a million times. That's when people say the market's going to make it hard for everybody, that's what they mean. Hard for the shorts, hard for the longs, because it's a sloppy mess usually at turning points. And hopefully we're at a turning point here, because it's been a rough 2 months. My biggest holdings, ABTC. If this thing can go to highs, then things will start happening quick. ARQQ is working pretty well, but the EOSE is going to be the first one to challenge that 5-day moving average, it looks like. There we go. Go play catch up. All right, guys, I'll be here another 5 minutes. If you've been sitting on another question, now is the time. I'm getting some push in the silver miner, HYMC. A little help there. Yep, I feel positioned just fine. And though I got rid of the ones this morning I didn't want, so I can buy some stuff tomorrow that I do want. We'll see what happens. but I'm positive on ARQQ and EOSE in terms of these reversals for some of these tech stocks. I think are overdone. The VIX got a little ahead of itself there this morning. RXT. That one fell out of bed too. Everything just lost its luster. This one. Seeing my tickers turn green, that's always a friendly, welcome sight. New highs across the board. I'd hate to be short today because you probably thought you were in this catbird seat on the open, but now you're getting tested. Yeah, one last question. Sure. SKHY or SKHL, would you buy it today? What are those? SKHY, ADR. I probably wouldn't because these are new issues. And the only thing you really have to go on is this little, bit of excitement right here. It looks good in the moment, but you've got a low back there of that 150. I don't trade new issues very well because there's just not a lot to lean on. There's no real roadmap. What's the other one? SKHL. Yeah. So is this a company specific? One of those? Hynix. Oh. Yeah. I don't have an opinion on those. So what's the underlying? It's for SKHY. 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 So, okay, so there's just not enough underlying information there. Is there a stock symbol that has a bigger chart to it that I can look at? Like the underlying common, that if this is an ETF double on? Okay. Yeah, easy to happen. You get excited about the news, but what I would do is just, click the heart button or put it on your ticker, your watch list, the symbol, and just track it and don't lose track of it because it'll start to shape up and create more of a pattern, as you go forward. going to get that challenge here in EOSC, it looks like. Hopefully soon, and hopefully it wins. It'd be a heck of a head fake reversal when you look at it in hindsight. And I participated. I thought, oh, I'll just lean on the low. That's a nice little candle there. And then, yay, I'm in the money. Yesterday, I took my eye off it and like, whoop, okay, well, I'll buy some more. We'll see what happens. So if it runs, I'll get paid. That one and ABTC are my biggest holdings. And PSLV, I put a lot of money into that one too, but might sell that at the end of the day because it's parking way too much capital in there. Just like as we're talking about, we need something that's moving. I can't trade ETFs, doubles and triples, so I need to trade equities that move, and this is just tied to silver. I would keep the miner because miners have the ability to move big time, but I'll probably liquidate this by the close just so I can use that cash on Monday. I just wasn't sure what to do with it on the open. ONDS is a stock that everybody's been waiting for a reversal in. It's been hammered. Yeah, we looked at Lucid earlier. I don't know what this news was, if it was earning. No, I don't know what this was, but that's a heck of a head fake. And it doesn't look bad. You're getting a little far ahead of yourself here when I see something like that. All that airspace. I like to buy as close as I can strong stocks that are giving me an opportunity midday as close to that line as possible. Because I find when I jump into something, it's like, oh my God, it's breaking out. Well, it's been running for 3 days and it broke out. It doesn't have much more to go, so it'll start to run out of steam, and the people that bought down here want to take profits. And they're happy to have you come in and take it off their hands. So just put it on your watch list and then try and buy pullbacks as close as you can to that 5-day moving average. I'll have to keep an eye on Xerox. It might try something, but it's, again, one of those stocks that's just heavily under the currents here. It needs to break through.
Mr. Gomez.
Wow, you modulated. You were right on that microphone.
Lucid. So yeah, that's a classic. 3 days ago, the rumor came out that they were going to go bankrupt or try to find somebody to buy them, like private, take them private. That was the big rumor. And then, of course, the company came out and refuted it all. And, not that Lucid's a great company making money or anything like that.
No.
But that rumor, it just manipulated news, drove it down to what, 238.
I feel bad for all the people that had their good till canceled stops in there, and they were at work.
Yeah.
Didn't know what happened.
Yeah, exactly. But it was just and I remember saying in the room, guys, because we were reading the headlines, and it was things like, a group has suggested that, like all these sort of weasel words, what I mean? Weasel words. And so I said, guys, I didn't know it would do this. I mean, had I known it was going to do this, I wouldn't be talking to you today, Steve. I would have liquidated everything I owned and bought that. But, it's just, but every time you see these little headlines suggesting that maybe going to, all these really weaselly little words,
well,
but it worked.
Here's something that's really weaselly and bugs me a lot. ATAI, I had a great gift, and I was showing the guys in the room. I sold half of it on this break, and it was up above almost $9. And then I guess the price got settled. It was like $6.75, whatever. So I sold the other half today. Great trade. Here's the funny part. After all of that, immediately 4 analysts came out and downgraded it. What is that all about? Opinions.
What's that all about? That'd be a great book. What's that all about? that's a new title for a book.
Yep.
And what's that? What is that? Well, you don't have to leave right now, Steve. You want to keep talking for 5. You don't have a meeting to go to.
I don't have a meeting. I'm just stretching.
Okay. Okay, I hear you. Okay, but you can go. I'll let you go. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy the game on Sunday.
The game on Sunday. Yep.
Oh yeah. So I'll be posting in the traders thread.
Okay. Did you see that picture I sent of the picture of Messi washing Baby Yamal for a UNICEF photo shoot? That's like legit, not AI.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I saw that a few days ago. Pretty amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, my friend, we'll have a great weekend, and
All right.
maybe we'll, on Sunday. I already told Andy that be in the traders
Oh
in the
yeah.
Slack
We'll be
thread,
here.
just in case something crazy starts happening.
See who the
Okay,
first persons can type goal in all capitals.
exactly. With 100 L's after it.
And you don't want to do that because I've got like YouTube TV and it's always like 90 seconds behind everybody else. So don't do that.
YouTube TV.
Yeah, I
What?
use that
Oh, okay.
for the smart TV. I run the TV off YouTube TV. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I got all the channels.
Okay. All right. We'll see you. Maybe we'll see you on Sunday,
All right.
text wise. Have a great
Yep.
weekend, though. Okay.
Bye.
Hey, guys. Let me grab the screen. Okay. Back in both rooms, audio wise. Next step, musica maestro. And last, get rid of this. You know what? I forgot to put the announcement. I don't have to get rid of it. I forgot to put it up. So, guys, I got insanely lucky. Where was I? I was doing something, and then S dot showed up. When did it have that move? That was right at 12:25, and I was away from my desk right around here, and then I come back to my screen and I see this S dot over and over and over and over again. And I thought, you know what? Do it. This is not trading 101. I just decided to take some. Where did I get in at? Around 27.30. So certainly not even here. I mean, that's 11:53. 27, right around here. 27.40, I guess. Actually, it must have been right at noon. I thought it was a little later because I must have been still sitting at my desk. And quick. That was about a, I don't know, 30-second trade, even less. Now, I left a lot on the table because it went up to $31. I only made about $1.50 on it, but you know what? You never know. I mean, that could have been just a giant rug pull too. So that was fun. I did not met you. I saw that. I know what you're saying. It challenged the. Don't be hung up. It was 3 shots at that V8, right? At the V8, the 5.8, and then it got to the yeah. That's interesting. 1, 2, 3, actually 4 shots at that 5.8, and then it broke through and got to the VWAP and beyond. But no, I did not. I was on my break completely then. I came back and I saw it, but I did not take it. So after being quite bored, other than the Netflix NFLU that I did very well on, but up until that point, I was waiting on this ISUL forever. I was really wanting to short this, but I think it's the volume that is sort of concerning to me. I know the volume 15 times normal, but the overall volume that this is the long for ISRG, which is still down 12 and like almost 13%. ISRG earnings play. But you can see you're just kind of doing nothing. And the same thing with the, of course, with the ETF. So I was staring at that for seemingly about half an hour, hoping it would break down more, but it never did. Never got into it. Yeah, well, you were bang on that, William. And the SPY So the last time, what time was this? Well, this is around 12 o'clock. So yeah, I was watching anyway to see how well it was going to do at the VWAP. And, was testing it for about 30, 35 minutes. Finally kind of broke away. It's breaking away. There's the high of the day, I believe. So I have a price alert up there. So decent recovery on the SPY. But the Dow actually, early on in the day, I think the Dow was only down a little or even up. But we flipped. The Qs have really recovered. It's still down 4 points. The SPY's recovered. But now the Dow is starting to move down. Anthony Fernandez, are you in the room by any chance? I see that you're a new affiliate. I don't know if you're in the room. Hola, if you are. So AXTI, a two-time. I'm sorry, AXTX. Sorry, AXTX. So what's happening with this one? So the stock is up 4.5%. Okay. Hmm. Now, I did not take this one, but this also showed up on the reversal scan. Pretty late though, but MUU. But it's moving. It showed up at $30 at 12.44, and it's at 30.51 now. That's on the reversal scan. Oh, that's why. Oh no, that's not why. I'm trying to figure out why so late on that in that scan. Obviously, some you too, Monica. Trying to figure out why it was so late on that scan. Not sure why. It has to be some. There is a reason. There is a reason. One of the filters was not satisfied until it hit $30. Now, this is one that showed up on that scan a couple of days ago. Right here, I believe. Yeah, a couple of days ago on the reversal scan. Actually, it was right here. You can see this is the day. So this day it was down at least 5%, closed down at least 5%. And then this day had a great day. I never traded it because the spread was so terrible all day. Still not great, 20-cent spread, but it didn't matter. It did not matter that day because it tacked on about $1.50. Boy, Micron is just All right, I have a price alert for PLAB, PLAB, and that's at that high yesterday. Okay. 30.22 is the next high, so about $1 to the next high. I'm not sure why I had that price alert. I didn't do it today. Hmm. You know what just took a hit? Is Netflix. Well, a hit. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty 1524 down to 1489. This is the ETF for it. I was really considering it again up in this area. And certainly the market's not causing it to move down. I mean, the market, will it go positive? We were down at 1.9 points in the SPY. Okay, I have to figure out why that didn't show up earlier. All right, current volume. So that's obviously not the problem. 3 is between 1 and 60. Yes. Obviously, the volume is fine. It had to be up. Well, it was definitely up more than 1%. It was down 5% yesterday. And give me a moment. Only thing I can think of, it had to take out the high of yesterday, but that high yesterday looks like it was 30.78. It's hard to tell. Yeah, that's not right. Maybe the high yesterday was 30. For some reason, I can't quite get a bearing on this. However, it's probably the reason. It's hard for me to see on that MUU chart, but this is probably the reason because it had to take out the high of yesterday. This is the stock, of course. So MUU had to do the same thing. And when I look at this 886, so it's possible it didn't hit it until 30. Anyway, it's I have to make up my mind on the CCXI. I don't think I'm going to do it. All right, guys, it's 1:14, so I have about 45 minutes left. I don't think anybody's going to keep this room open after I leave. So I'll probably have about 45 minutes left, unless there are questions. So we're talking 2 o'clock. I'll always say later if there are questions. Homepage. So as always, if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's how you can do it. You can get 15% off, first month only, the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And all I ask, use my code. Whatever the code is, it'll change from time to time depending on promos and all. But if you use my code, it really helps to keep these 2 rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room, and also the main room, the trading room here. Company tracks the use of the code, so if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. It's really that simple. Now, this room, the trading room, it's free also. So if you're in YouTube right now wondering about this room, it is also free. Big added perk though, it's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you want some interaction with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi in the room opens it up. Thank you, Obi. And I live in Vancouver. It's not, that's my excuse, but it's a pretty good one. I don't want to get up at 3:30 to do it. So anyway, Obi does it. I get on the mic, both rooms, between 9 and 9:15. And if you keep scrolling down off my homepage link, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. Steve Gomez is the originator of the trades of the week. It is free. He was in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I don't know if he went over this week's, but he is the originator. How you trade them, if you trade them, up to you. They're usually designed for, they are designed for longer term holds if they're working out. And now education. A couple of reasons why to look at the education section. Click on the more info. So getting started with Trade Ideas. First thing you must do, mandatory, if you are taking out a subscription to Trade Ideas, okay? Mandatory, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have the product but wondering about it, is it the right fit for me? Start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you an idea about what the program is capable of doing. And it may or may not be what you want, but you might want to try us for a month. You can always unsubscribe after a month. Okay? If you don't like it. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. A free series of videos for those of you who are new to trading. There are 15 of them. And last, looking for my scans and races, etc. You've clicked on my homepage link and scroll down. Here they are, middle section. So here's this race right here, the large cap race. Biggest gainer, this is a volatile race right here. Halts resumes down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market axis up and down. Now I do have these. I do have the trend reversals and the gap scanner up and running on other monitors. The other ones I don't have up and running, but you can take a look at them if you want. The fact I don't have them up and running doesn't mean they're bad. It just means, I'm concentrating on other things right now. But who knows? The gap scanner, after a couple of weeks, I may not like what I'm getting from it. So maybe I resurrect one of these other ones. Well, guys, DXYZ. That was my big winner, guys, a few months ago, 2 months ago. This was the one that had a little piece of the SpaceX and went crazy along with all the other space stocks. I wish I could say I bought it right here at, well, I did actually. I bought it, my average was around 29, right. I did it the month before after it was sort of, and I wish I could say I kept everything and sold right at the top, but of course I didn't, but did very well on it. Then they announced sometime, I think in this month or maybe the next month, they announced an up to $1 billion financing, and that kind of destroyed the stock. But while it was a nice party while this was happening. So why am I looking at it now? This was a gap down and reversal. ONDS, you're talking about this one, unusual? Okay, let's analyze that. So if you were to take this as a swing, where would you like? Would you buy it right now or wait for the end of the day to see how it closes? Like, what would you do? We're talking about the ONDS. Just out of curiosity, to see, I want to hear your plan for it. Not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just interested to know if you took it as a swing, when would you do it? I'm assuming you were talking today. You would take your possibility of taking it as a swing, but when would you do it? So end of day before the close. Okay. So let's just say for argument's sake, it does close near the high of the day. So that next high would not bother you, because let's say it closes at 670 and the next high is 690. That wouldn't bother you. You'd be looking more like up here, 753. Because if you're going to, so you're just putting an arbitrary 2.5% stop below. Okay, so that means you hope it goes at least 5%, right? I mean, otherwise, be no point in taking the trade. You have to, in my opinion, anyway. You want to make at least double your stop. Have the opportunity to make double your stop. So if that were the case, if you took it right now, with a two, I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying let's pretend taking it right now with a 2.5% stop, it would have to get to 703, a little over 7 for a 5% move. And so it would have to take out that high right there. I'm not saying it won't, but you're also anticipating maybe it'll just when you wake up Monday morning, it'll be higher. If you do it, good luck. Let's have fun with the simulator. I should do this more often. I don't mean the fun aspect. I should take, I'm going to click on new from the toolbar. Okay. Right at the top here is Brokerage Plus. Well, not right at the top, right underneath the AI assistant is Brokerage Plus. Here's how you can practice trading. Probably going to get an error message when I move it out here or when I click. No, not yet. Okay. So if you're not used to this, this is what we call Brokerage Plus. You can practice trading using this. It uses our real-time data. So if you load it, so I don't know if the default is already connected to paper trading. I don't know, but if you load it and you see, I might have to expand it a bit. Here's where I get that. You will not get the same error message. You have to expand it a bit so you see the send button. Okay. So again, I don't know if when you load it, it says not connected. Do I want to take it? Don't know. So to connect it, though, you just click on from the brokers. You just click on TI Trade Ideas Paper Trading and connect it. Now you're in the paper trader. Okay. So now here's how you can practice trading. So let's do one. Every time I demonstrate this, the stock seems to go up. So let's take a look at LEDS as an example. So you notice what happened. I clicked on LEDS and it loaded right there. There it is. Now, again, this is in the simulator. I'm going to take 500 shares. We're going to go over a little money management here. The spread is 3 cents. It's not the end of the world. So I'm going to click on the buy. Again, I'm getting this. You will not, and then the send. Okay, so now I'm in. Entry price was 303. Okay. Now I'm going to add a stop. I'm going to add a stop. I'm going to put it at $2.83, and I'll explain why. On my chart somewhere, there should be a minus 100 showing up. Pepe, you explain why I'm getting this. Is it something to do with my video card or you will not get this. But you see the minus 100, okay? The minus 100. So how I trade is this. Before I take a trade, before a trade becomes even something I want to look at, I have to know where I'm going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work. So of course that's the stop. Now I'm sizing this up pretty rapidly, okay? Because I'm looking left and I'm seeing, okay, where could it move to before it hits that next high on the daily chart? Where am I going to get out of the trade if it's not working? Things like that. So I put a 20-cent stop on this trade, okay, to make the math super simple. Because I'm just demonstrating. So I put a 20-cent stop. If I allow it to hit the stop, I'm gonna be out $100. Okay, this is in the simulator. And that because people say, well, how many shares do you take every trade? Well, it varies. It's going to vary because how I trade is I will try to keep as consistent as possible the same amount I'm going to risk on the trade. How much am I willing to lose if the trade doesn't work? So in the simulator, I like demonstrating a $100 risk. So if it works against me, I'm going to be down $100. So what I don't do is this. If and you know how much you're going to risk, of course, is dependent on your shares on your account size. If you've got a $5,000 account, hopefully it makes sense. You're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. 5 bad trades, you could be out. So I like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. So if that's truly based on my account size, what I was risking, I wouldn't risk $100 one trade, 200 the next, 50 the next, 1,000 the next. I don't vary my trades very much. I try to keep it about the same every trade. Now, every now and then there might be a setup that I think is really like first class. Okay, not all setups are exactly the same. So maybe yes, maybe I risk a little bit more, but it's not like if I'm risking 100, then I'm going to risk 1,000 on the trade or even 500 5 times. Okay. That's how I trade. So the stop is important because I have to know where I'm going to get out of this trade if it doesn't work. And that's going to share size me, you know, and I took 500 shares in this trade. Okay. To make the math easy, because 500, if I lose on the trade and it's 20 cents below, I put the stop 20 cents below again, to make the math easy. So at 283, I'm in at 303, get out at 283, $100 cents away or 10 cents away or 1% away or 2% away. I try to look at the chart and I try to size up where I think there could be a support area. And if it gets down below that support area, I'm going to be out of the trade. Now, if you're starting out trading, that's probably one of the most difficult things, you know, trying to figure out, well, where should I get out of this trade if it's not working? What you can do just to try it, you know, you can try it in the simulator and see if it works for you. Maybe you put a stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. You get into a trade, it makes sense. And I should also reemphasize the making sense. So again, let's pretend this was truly a trade. Just give me a moment as I move this off. Okay. Let's pretend this really truly was a trade, and let's pretend that this is a monthly chart. I don't know where the next high is on the daily chart, but let's say that this is a daily chart, and that was the next high at 337. And I'm looking at the trade, potential trade, and it's at 303. So 20 cents. So in theory, I would not take this trade, in theory, because I'm not going to risk 20 cents. I have to have a reasonable expectation of making 40 cents on the trade, risking 20 to make 40. So when I do a quick look and I'm in it, if I'm in at 303 and this truly was the next high on a daily chart, well, that's less than 40 cents away. So in theory, I would not take that trade. Okay. That's how I look at it. I have to have at least a reasonable opportunity to make double my risk. Now, if that next high had been 380, okay, becomes certainly a viable trade. Now, just because I see 380 as being the next high doesn't mean it's going to get there, of course. And I could get out of this trade if I don't like the way it's trading, maybe only making a nickel or a dime, or take a loss. I probably would not let it go down to the $100 loss, probably. That's the max I want to be out of the trade. You know, if I get into the trade and I just don't kind of like the way it's trading, then, you know, maybe the market turns against me. Maybe it's a stock that is more, you know, related to the overall market. And all of a sudden the market puts in a giant red candle. Well, maybe I get out of the trade earlier than the actual stop. But, you know, that's just some experience at work here. So look, again, every time I do that, well, not every time, but the last few times I've done this just in the simulator, it's been working. So that's, if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money with your live account. If I get stopped out of this, oh, well, I lose $100, but it's just play money. Okay. So if you cannot make money in a simulator, I would say it's almost impossible to make money with a live account. Now, I'm not saying if you make money in a simulator, and yet that has to be demonstrated over probably several months. I know that's not what everybody wants to hear. They want to hear, well, how long is it going to take? You know, will I be good after a week? I mean, maybe if you're starting out brand new, almost impossible. You may get lucky. Okay, but so let's say you make money. Okay, you're comfortable with this, with the types of trades you're taking, and you're making money, and now you're ready. You're ready to commit to the market with live trading. So here's what can happen. Even though your discipline has been great in a simulator because it's just play money, let's say you did get into this trade, this LEDs, and news is not a reason for me to take a trade, but it can be a bonus. And there's some great news. We'll say there's great news, and the trading room, we're all talking about it. It looks excellent. There's a lot of room, and yet it doesn't work. It's moving down to your stop. You can't believe it. So what happens is you convince yourself that, you know what, this news is too good. We're all talking about it. It's got to come back. Well, don't got to do nothing. Okay. And, you know, so instead of obeying your stop at 283, it goes down to 273, 263, 253, 243. And finally you sell, and taking a far bigger loss than you should have if you'd had the discipline to get out. That is scenario number one. Scenario number two is almost as bad, is that you don't obey your stop because you're convinced it's going to come back. And then it does. Comes back. And then all of a sudden you're making money, and you make even good money. And you're happy that you didn't obey your stop. And of course that can happen. But in my experience, okay, and my experience came with not understanding what a stop was, not even knowing what a stop was, and losing money and not knowing when to get out. It's far better to get out of the trade, in my opinion, you know, with your stop. You can always get back into the trade. I mentioned the SPY. Okay, what if you were in, Microsoft or something, some stock that is, and SPY's looking good, it's set up well. All of a sudden, something out of nowhere hits the market and destroys your trade. You can't help that. You can't help it. But get out of the trade, because later on in the day it may set up again the same way. You can always get back into the trade. Okay. So that's it, guys. That's and you can practice, and an interesting way to also practice your exits. The max P&L, what that is telling me is that with the 500 shares that I still have, the max I could have made if I got out right at the top penny would have been $45. Right now I'm up 40, not bad. Okay. I mean, nobody expects, if you saw a max P&L of 500 and you get out at 450, that's still awesome. Nobody expects you to get out at the absolute top penny. What you don't want to see is, imagine this max P&L was 400 right now, and then you let it drift down to 300, 200, 100, or even worse, take a loss. You don't want to do that. Okay. So it's a good way to practice your exits. How good are your exits? And then this distance from the exit price is another great, because this is going to tell you, well, how far from the exit price are you? And so if you went long something, you'd want to see a negative number. Okay. Once you're out of the trade, you want to, because that will tell you, oh, great, I got out and the current price is below where I got out. Okay. So that's how you can practice in the simulator. If I were a swing trader, yes, that's what I would keep doing. Yeah. But so that's why I personally would not take the ONDS, okay? Because the next high is too close. But I don't want to dissuade you, okay? And then of course, yeah, news news does it for me, it's a bonus. If the stock is moving and it looks like it's moving, it's smartly in the right direction, and it looks like that news is, obviously it's helping it. News is not one of the reasons I take a trade though. I've got my rules. Most of the things that I see are already following my rules. I'm not going to see something outside of the price range I want. A minimum volume, usually at the relative volume. Those things have to be satisfied. So I'm not have to don't have to worry about that. The main rule really is, does it have enough room to move without hitting that next high in the daily, weekly, or monthly chart? That's my kind of my main rule. What if I'm sizing up a trade, if I want to take one? I only created that because people were asking me what recommendations I would. I don't swing trade. Okay, that's so long ago, unusual. I mean, it's probably could be 10 years ago. But if I were swing trading, I would still follow all that. But I never really was a swing trader. It's just that somebody said, well, if you were a swing trader, what would you suggest? So I put that together. Shoot! Finally, this moved. Well, William is saying that the U.S. is sending tanker planes to Israel. Okay, well, okay. All right, guys. Well, it is now maybe 20 minutes to the end of this week for me. I'll always say if you have questions, but that lucid boy. No, I was discussing this with Steve in our YouTube room because remember when this news came out, but it was weasel words suggested that they might go bankrupt. Maybe they're going to try to find somebody to buy them. Just all these weasel words were here. There was nothing really a 100% confirmation. And I'm not saying that Lucid is a great company, but they certainly have rebounded. My only major plan this weekend is at 3 o'clock, well, 12 o'clock my time, glued to the TV. Can't wait for that Spain Argentina game. Football, yes, football. If you don't mind, William, I may take a pass. Now, where would I go if I went from Vancouver? What would be the nearest nonstop airport? And then what would I have to do to get to wherever you live? So is there a nonstop from Vancouver to Charlotte? I doubt it. There is nonstop, Vancouver to Charlotte. I know who would tell me. Gemini would tell me, but in fact, why not? If Gemini says there is one, I didn't think we had U.S. Air in Canada. As I don't recall seeing U.S. Air, but okay.
It is a non-stop flight available from Vancouver, YVR, to Charlotte, CLT, operated by American Airlines.
Well, I hate it when you're right, but it's not. It's not U.S. Air. It's American Airlines. But okay. Oh, if you meant U.S. Airline or AA, okay, it is American. Yeah, but I don't fly American. I don't mean. Is that's the worst airline? You are a funny man, William. You know what might get me interested is this lucid hanging over 7. The next high, let's see, on the weekly chart is 769. That's back in April. Near the high right now, right near the high of the day. Within the next 16 months. Well, that's a long time. I may not be here to see that. Oh, I see. They've got 10 months of cash left. All right, guys, another 10 minutes or so. I probably told this story before, but I don't know, maybe 5, 6 years ago when my wife, we live in a place called Richmond, which is, basically in Greater Vancouver. But anyway, we'd go downtown and we'd come back and we start counting the Teslas. And, in the old day, how many Teslas on the way, about the 25-minute drive home? On a good day, there might be 10. And then we do it again. Maybe the next time there might be 15. Then all of a sudden they became too numerous to count. So then we had to switch it to, well, how many white Teslas? And it was amazing. This is probably 5 or 6 years ago. Well, this is what I don't quite understand. So the Tesla, are you getting any Chinese Teslas? I know we were in Canada. We were certainly getting Chinese Teslas. I mean, the ones that were made in China. So where are you getting your Teslas from? I don't even know if a Tesla is made 100% in the United States. They are literally made there. Doesn't Mexico make Teslas? Yeah, that's where they're first made. I think Mexico also makes Teslas. I think I may be wrong. But I don't drive enough. We don't drive enough. Pepini would know. Yeah, would know. Gemini would know, of course. I don't drive enough to warrant an EV. We were actually going to get one. BMW has kind of an interesting one. And we went to the BMW dealership and they talked us out of it. We don't drive enough. Boy, look at that S dot now. Do I dare do it again? I mean, I got very, very, very lucky on that trade. But a 10-second trade went up about $1.50. ACIW, quick pop on news. Exploring sale. Wow, did you take the short? Well, okay, this is a little bit better than sources are reported to have said, et cetera, than, maybe suggested some group somewhere. So I guess, has a little more validity, I suppose. Though, I mean, it sold right off. Oh, just the billing division. I see. Not the company, not the entire company. Five hours and 7 minutes to Charlotte. Well, if you pay my airfare, it's about let's see, translated to U.S. dollars, probably about $720 U.S. round trip. Then you got to pick me up at the airport. Wouldn't that be something, William, after all these years? Yeah, make it first class. Yeah, I'm not going to. That's the. Well, it doesn't say what it is, but I'm sure that's not first class. A GoFundMe to get me to Charlotte. Now that would be something. Would be nice to meet. William, if I saw you for the very first time, I would give you a big hug. That's the first thing I would do. I would look at you and just give you a big hug. I wouldn't say anything. I know that. William is from Charlotte. Okay, guys. Well, we got about 4 minutes left, unless there are some questions. So I'm getting set to wrap this up. I think I'm going to bring back a scan that I haven't used for a while. Okay, guys. Well, the only thing I might be looking at later on is Lucid. If it really breaks out, say over that 720 mark on some good volume, LCID looks like it's trying to hold that 7 level. But boy, oh boy, figuring out a way to trade these sort of stocks or these company ETFs. Boy, I mean, there's so much range in them. A moment. Yeah, the SPY is now breaking down below the VWAP. Well, look at Netflix, guys. Look at Netflix, NFLU. Boy, I really, really thought about taking this one again. I didn't do it, but it is running, and the market is not helping it. Market is not helping it. All right, guys. Well, all eyes on the SPY right now. Okay, can it hold the VWAP? I mean, it broke down a little bit below, but it is still sort of hanging around the VWAP area. Yeah, NFLU guys. I mean, this isn't very interesting. I mean, look what the SPY is doing. So, I mean, Netflix doesn't have to be helped by the SPY, but certainly you would think maybe. I mean, it's still down 7%. The stock 7.5%. The stock is still down 7.5% after earnings after hours yesterday. Look at the range in this MUU. Boy, oh boy. Up here, the high right up here, 3079. Now 29. I mean, these are big, big moves. And I'm sure if I brought up SMH, probably looks somewhat the same. Yep. Just a little more expensive. Okay, guys. Well, yeah, the SPY now looks like it's going to give up that VWAP. But it is now 2:08, so I think I'm out of here. Okay. Unless there are some questions, I think I'm out of here. So the first thing I'm going to do is shut down our YouTube room. Okay. Okay, so YouTubers, I'm going to shut you down first. Okay, I'll that room, the YouTube room, will be open around 9 o'clock Eastern time, of course, a Monday morning. I got on the mic between 9 and 9:15, so I'm going to end that stream.